Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to welcome everyone to this Council and Committee meeting for December 8th, 2020. I would like to remind everyone that our meetings are web streamed and televised. For those in attendance, I would ask that you ensure your phones are on silent mode. A reminder, today we will be recessing this Council and Committee meeting at 4:30 to move into budget deliberations. I now call this meeting to order. We have recirculated two items related to staff report CAO 20-32, being a report on the Recreational Facilities Advisory Board, and also a PowerPoint presentation related to provincial restrictions that was omitted from the agenda in error. Are there any further amendments to the agenda? Chop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two items from closed session. I would like Council to waive being in closed and move to open. The first is staff report CAO 20-29. That's in regards to our ongoing union grievance matters and financial implications, as well to provide publicly the information. And I'm thinking maybe we should have a discussion. We could add it as a notice of motion. For next week, since it's not technically on the agenda for today, but to provide publicly the information for the lands for the All Norfolk Community Center update. I think it's an actively discussed item in the community.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. And are there any other amendments? Councillor Huffman, did you have a proposed change?
Well, I guess it's not a proposed change. I have an addition.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Ice usage in Norfolk County arenas.
Councillor Huffman, where are you proposing we put that?
Wherever you see fit, Chair Michelle.
Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Perhaps this is a question to be directed to the clerk, but my understanding is that adding items to a county agenda off the floor usually requires some sort of pressing nature. And it seems that I don't see why that would have been properly done by a notice of motion to give staff time and the public time to understand the discussion. That's the purpose of distributing a public report. So I have concerns of just continuing to add items off the floor without the proper public notice being provided.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The chair will defer to the clerk on that matter.
To assist Kevin, I'd say it's a fair comment. There's nothing to stop motions to be added, but it is a fair comment.
So do I understand correctly, Mr. Clerk, that Councillor Huffman's request can be confirmed?
What I'd recommend to you is to seek a seconder for Councillor Huffman's motion and put it to a vote. And if Council doesn't see it as time sensitive, then it won't be added.
Very well. Do we have I'm sorry, Councillor Huffman?
Okay, I just want to add to it. It's not specifically just ice usage in terms of hours or things like that. We're looking at out-of-town groups using ice in Norfolk County. It's been brought to my attention as of yesterday, and I tried to get it on the agenda, and I had passed the noon deadline, so I was advised by the Deputy Clerk to add it today.
Thank you. Then, is there a seconder for Councillor Huffman's motion? Councillor Martin. Is there any discussion? Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. A while back when I read the procedural bylaw, those are the kind of issues that can be brought up under the section of general announcements as questions, and only if they're a pressing issue, and it recommends in the procedural bylaw that the proper process would be to bring it forth as a notice of motion so that staff can actually prepare for that, because to have a discussion on it by blindsiding staff who won't have the answers, and if we can let them know today, they will have those answers for us next week. So, and unless there is some sort of pressing need to resolve this issue immediately, I think that would generally be the process. And again, I would defer to the clerk whether my interpretation of the bylaw is anywhere close to reasonable, but that's how I always understood the rules of the game.
Mr. Clerk?
Through you, Chair Michelli, I would suggest that committee is the arbiter of what is time sensitive, not staff. So if committee determines that it's time sensitive and they can move in second and it's approved, then it is.
Very well. We have a seconder for this motion. Unless there's any other discussion, all those in favor? And that is, Mr. Clerk, is carried. All right, that motion will be added to the agenda. Are there any other changes to the agenda? I would like to add a couple of items from our communications package that I would like to pull for some brief discussion. They are item 2A and item number 6H. If there are no other changes to the agenda, do I have a mover and a seconder for the changes to the agenda? Councillor Taylor, Councillor Huffman. Thank you. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Thank you, Madam Mayor. Forgive my... We need to have a vote on the changes to the agenda. All those in favor? Thank you, that is carried. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? We will have, we have two consent items that everyone can see. And we will now, if we have everything in place, move to our presentations. Beginning with staff report PW 20-47, the Norfolk County Climate Change Adaptation Committee. And I understand that the presenters will make their presentation. Here we'll begin with Michael Simos, and I will remind all the presenters that you have 10 minutes in total. I will try to remind you when you're near the end of your deputation or presentation in this case. Also a reminder to leave your microphones on mute when you are not speaking. Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I'm sorry, forgive me, we also need to approve the consent items as they are printed. Motion, Madam Mayor, and Councillor Van Passen. Councillor Van Passen, did you have a seconder? And all those in favor? Thank you, that is carried. Michael, if you are ready, we are ready.
Hello, everyone. Mic check first. Good. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. This afternoon, we have two staff reports related to the draft Norfolk County Climate Change Adaptation Plan for your consideration. First and foremost, I'd like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the efforts of the Norfolk County Climate Change Adaptation Committee. Council is aware, this committee of council was established a very short time ago in early 2019, and the progress that the committee has made in a very short time period is quite remarkable. The committee is comprised of 3 public members. We have Kathy Salvatore, who's currently sitting as the vice chair. We have Richard Hamill, aka Woody Hamill, and we have Doug Moyart. We also have 2 council-appointed councillors to the committee, Councillor and Deputy Mayor Van Passen and Councillor Michelli. We also have a member from the Long Point Region Conservation Authority, Ben Hody, who serves as the Water Resources Analyst for the LPRCA. Further, from Norfolk County staff, we have James Robertson, who is the Community Safety Officer, and Chris Lutzy, who is the Emergency Planner. Without the dedication and leadership of all these committee members, I'm quite sure this plan would not be as actionable, realistic, and ambitious as it is today. In addition, I'd like to acknowledge the efforts of our consulting team from WSP. As we can all appreciate, 2020 has been quite a challenging year for us all, and completing a long-term strategic planning process such as this through the middle of a pandemic has been extremely challenging. So I'd like to acknowledge all the extra efforts that Claire and Anna have made to make this plan a success. Last, and certainly not least, I'd like to acknowledge all the efforts of Norfolk County staff throughout the corporation who have offered their time, local knowledge, and expertise throughout various surveys, workshops, and detailed reviews of the draft plan. And with that, the first staff report you have in front of you, PW 20-47, Norfolk County Climate Change Adaptation Plan, presents the recommendation from the committee to council to adopt the draft plan as presented and ensure its successful implementation through a number of recommendations. I will start off with a little bit of context to the report and the plan, and then pass it to the WSP team to provide a detailed account of the plan development through their presentation. As council may recall, Norfolk County received notification from the Federation of Canadian Municipalities in late 2018 that we were successful in our grant application for a climate change staff grant of the amount of $76,000. The grant reimburses the county for my time spent developing the plan and completing preliminary work for the development of a community-wide GHG reduction plan. Council allocated the grant revenue to offset consulting costs required to develop the plan, and WSP has guided the county throughout the plan development process over the past year. I won't get into the details of the proposed actions at this time, but I will say there are a very large number of actions proposed by WSP and the committee to improve our resiliency to climate change, both corporately and throughout the community. Implementing these actions will require significant investments of time and financial resources over the next few years. However, it must be simply said, the cost of inaction on this file will far outweigh any cost of action. With that context, I'd like to introduce our team from WSP to go through the plan development in detail and the recommendations within the plan. So Claire and Anna, I'd like to pass it off to you. Claire, I think you're still on mute.
That had a speaker. How'd you do that? I wonder if that will work better. Let's just hope my dog doesn't bark. Can you hear me now? Wonderful. Thank you very
yes,
much.
we can.
So as I was just saying on mute, I'm going to try my hand at sharing my presentation. This is always the fun part of the process. So we'll get going with that, and here a moment. Thank you very much, everybody, members of council, having us today. We really do appreciate the opportunity to provide in as much detail as we can in 10 minutes an overview of the Norfolk County Climate Change Adaptation Plan. Throughout our presentation, we're going to give you an overview of the comprehensive information that's found within the adaptation plan document, as well as some highlights and tidbits on the process that we undertook to develop the plan in collaboration with staff and the committee, as Michael had already mentioned. And we'll speak to some of those critical next steps and key actions that are defined within this document and the supports to be able to do so and to be able to move forward in that resilient and strategic manner. So the adaptation plan was developed with the purpose of working toward a vision and a future related to climate change. What you see on the slide right here in front of you is an overview of that vision that we're trying to achieve. That was developed in discussion with the community and through engagement with others. It really is that aspirations of your change. So we put this.
Claire, we're having a little bit of a hard time hearing and
That's what we're
understanding you.
through. The various slides and the content for the plan itself and the recommendations as we go forward. But first and foremost, what is an adaptation plan? What are we trying to develop? What have we developed? When we talk about climate change, there are a couple of different things that tend to come to mind or are discussed. Two of these are noted on the slide. The first is adaptation and the second is mitigation. And they are sometimes overlapping, but also quite unique. Adaptation refers to changes in human behavior and process and practice with the idea of reducing the harmful effects of climate change, while mitigation looks at reducing the amount of greenhouse gases and strategies to be able to do so. They're quite nuanced, but of course they are quite unique. And in some cases, when you're selecting why to pursue an adaptation plan or a mitigation plan, it really comes down to what you want to change, what you want to. And at this level for Norfolk County, when it comes to climate resiliency and climate change, we really want to try and locally affect what is happening and address some of the key risks and issues that you as a community are experiencing and the trends that we're seeing going forward. So it's not that one is necessarily better than the other, but if we want to try and affect that local change and try and influence what is happening at the local level, that adaptation plan is really the best way to go forward and was decided to be that preferred direction when the funding was pursued. You're not alone. There are many other communities that are doing the same. And there are lots of wonderful best practices that we explored while also coming up with unique and tailored strategies for Norfolk County related to adaptation through this. So how did we develop the plan? As Michael has mentioned, we've been working over the past year in a very collaborative and engagement-focused process to work through a very rigorous approach to identify risks, to prioritize risks, to come up with strategies and an implementation process and plan to support next steps. And that has been our goal throughout the process, to come up with an actionable, implementable, realistic tool for the county to use and for Norfolk staff and partners to use to be able to address and adapt around climate change going forward with the goal of achieving and pursuing your strategic priorities. So what are we looking at when it comes to climate change? And there are, as I mentioned before, many different nuances and considerations. But what we're really trying to address are the different climate conditions that Norfolk County is experiencing. And we organize these, as you can see on this slide, into 5 different categories. And I think the key takeaway here is that in the plan, we've really tried to create the timeline and communicate effectively what has historically been happening, what we're seeing as the trends and what the future looks like based on research, based on data, and based on public and stakeholder engagement. So when you look to this plan and when you look to this document, we've really tried to hit on and highlight what some of these key and unique to Norfolk considerations are when it comes to different climate conditions conditions that typically get addressed when we're talking about climate change. And it's really interesting to see that storyline, and it very much provides the foundation for why we're trying to implement these strategies and pursue these changes. And on this slide presents just a very small snapshot of some of the wonderful input that we received throughout the process. We had a very robust and well-received online engagement tool working with the committee and through staff and stakeholders. We very much informed the process, and two of those key pieces were the risks, the climate risks, as I've mentioned, and then the strategies, as I've alluded to. And we directly used the input that was gathered throughout the process to highlight what the concerns are and what the risks were, and to prioritize them, which we'll talk a bit about later, and to come up with solutions and measures and strategies to address those risks. And we very much tried to connect that public input and that stakeholder input with the solutions and with the content of the plan itself. So what do I mean when we are talking about identifying climate risks? Climate risks are just the potential climate issues that could have an influence and impact, or currently do, and growing so, on Norfolk County. And we went through a process because there is a large number of potential risks that could occur or are occurring in the county. And we started with that large number of risks, and we worked through a process to reduce and refine those risks to ones that were unique and tailored and applicable to Norfolk County. So what you see on this slide is the process that we went through to go from 150 more general but applicable risks to a focused 18 risks, climate change risks that we found were the most pertinent in Norfolk County. And this was not only informed by the research and the analysis that was done by my colleague Anna, who joins us today, but also by that engagement and input with the committee and with key stakeholders. And so here on this slide, we identify the risks that were a result of that process. And so you see the ranking here where we have very high risks to moderate risks. And these are all risks within the purview and the responsibility of Norfolk County, and very much something that we feel are uniquely tailored, as I've mentioned before, to the geographic conditions and to the historical and future trends that are anticipated. I won't go through all of these, but you start to see a foundation of risks that range from that precipitation all the way through to the seasonal changes. And you also see the more direct impacts, so erosion or health impacts. So this is where the risks start to provide a bit more detail on what the potential impact could be. And then also the prioritization helps us to focus our efforts as we go forward. But of course, we can't just think about the risks. It's a great starting point, but this is a strategy to come up with some solutions. And so as we looked to the risks, we then wanted to look at what some of the strategies were, of course, to address those risks. And we identified strategies in 4 different components or areas, as you see on this slide. Process, which alludes to the types of strategies that are embedded into day-to-day practice for Norfolk County staff or partners that may require some changes to how you do day-to-day work. Communication refers to how you communicate key issues or considerations around key topics or issues. Physical strategies refers to any new infrastructure or supportive assets that may help to mitigate some of those, or adapt to some of those risks. And then planning would deal with any of the policies or practices that influence adaptation or climate adaptation going forward. And it's not that these are mutually exclusive. The idea was to identify strategies that had aspects or opportunities related to some or most of these different topics, and to think of ways that we could strategically reduce the economic impact of strategies where possible. So we very much focused on those types of strategies in these 4 categories, and building on the great foundation of work that Norfolk County staff and partners are already doing right. So in terms of the breakdown, as Michael has mentioned, there's quite a few actions. We have 114 strategies and actions to address our 18 risks within the adaptation plan. As you'll see, most of them focus on process and communication, so very much embedding into process and practice and protocols for staff and partners, as well as communications that are already done through Norfolk County and its partners. And those 20 multi-strategy actions refer to strategies that address, as I had said before, more than one category or more than one topic. So again, trying to highlight some economies of scale, as well as multi-level impacts for those types of actions and strategies. I wasn't going to go through all 114, I promise, but here are just some of the highlights of some example actions and strategies for the top high risks that we had identified out of the 18. So of course we had 4 high risk or high impact risks that we had identified, and these are just some of the actions and strategies that we identified to address those. You'll see in the plan that we identified cost impacts as well as the category of input for each of them, and tried to set out a bit of an action plan to move forward and consider those next steps within each of the different risks, each of the different categories. So of course, putting a plan forward that is deemed to be actionable or implementable has to come with an implementation strategy and an implementation plan. And this is something that we are quite excited by and proud of through this process, that it doesn't just end at strategies, it doesn't just end at actions. We tried to work as best we could with the committee and the staff to identify realistic and implementable solutions and processes and next steps to be able to pursue the different action types. So what you'll see in the plan is an overview of how to pursue process actions and strategies, the policies, the communication, and the physical. And so we've tried to identify those next steps clearly and in a way that can be easily used by staff and partners. And of course, we've also identified how to support that. And this is not just an internal capital or operating budget strategy. It looks to other external funding sources and external supports to be able to pursue the implementation of these actions. And of course, the success and pursuit of public-private partnerships, which were demonstrated throughout the process. There was interest expressed at the end of the summer around a partnership with a local banking organization, and we were really proud of that opportunity and see a lot more potential in that area. And of course, this isn't just about having something like this plan on the shelf and collecting dust. We want this to also be monitored, evaluated, and assessed to make sure that it's a successful tool. And there's a monitoring plan within the document to be able to support that and to be able to help establish the successes and highlight how things have changed as a result of the implementation of the plan. We are so pleased to be able to present this report to you. It is the culmination, as Michael has mentioned, of wonderful hard work by the committee and staff and stakeholders. We could not have done this plan without the involvement of all of those different individuals. We think that this is a really unique adaptation plan that is setting the bar, honestly, for communities when it comes to how a strategy can address adaptation to climate change, whether or not you're urban, rural, semi-urban, within GTHA, outside of GTHA community. We are really pleased to be part of the process, pleased to be here, and happy to take any questions that you have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Claire and Anna. Are there any questions of committee? Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not so much a question, but sort of a compliment to the committee that we had a wide variety of backgrounds, perspectives, and a great group of people that at the end of the day we were able to reach consensus on most of the issues and, you know, sometimes with some pretty vocal discussions around the table, but I really enjoyed working with that group, and want to say thank you to all of them for helping us out so far, and hopefully we can carry on with a bit of the implementation down the road. So just thank you again.
Thank you, Councillor Van Passen, and as someone who also sits on that committee, I want to echo those sentiments as well, and thank all of the members of that committee for all of the hard work and dedicated thought that they put into those questions and topics. Thank you. Next, we have a deputation by Mandy Karch, who is representing the Ontario Road Ecology Group. And Mandy, do we have you on the line?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. And a reminder, Mandy, that our deputations are limited to 5 minutes. I will try to give you a warning when you reach the 4-minute mark.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Chop, Norfolk County Council and staff, and members of the public. I'm Mandy Karsh, Executive Director of the Ontario Road Ecology Group, or OREG, a not-for-profit dedicated to protecting biodiversity from the threats of roads. OREG has received funds from the Canadian Wildlife Service branch of Environment and Climate Change Canada to lead the Roads Working Group to mitigate and improve wildlife-road interactions in Ontario's federally designated priority place, the Long Point Walsingham Forest. Norfolk County was selected by the federal government as the place to invest biodiversity conservation initiatives because of the species at risk richness, high concentration of species and ecosystem biodiversity, and opportunities to collaborate with government and non-government agencies to advance conservation efforts. OREG is seeking Norfolk County Council's endorsement to collaborate with municipal divisions and county staff on activities that help mitigate and protect biodiversity from the threats of roads. OREG has met with Norfolk County directors who are supportive of this partnership. OREG is not seeking direct funding, but rather the opportunity to collaborate with staff and provide the resources, data, and expertise necessary to help develop policies and/or guidelines and plans to facilitate Norfolk County's growth in a manner that considers and protects the biodiversity that constitutes and supports the landscape, ecosystems, and livelihoods of the community. Other jurisdictions have recognized the opportunity that municipal plans offer to include sustainable planning practices such as creating or enhancing wildlife corridors across roads. OREG could partner with the county to help implement road ecology mitigation measures under Chapter 4, Risk 6 of Norfolk County's Climate Change Adaptation Plan, which would satisfy each of the 4 climate pillars of environment, infrastructure, economy, and safety. As climate change causes resources availability to shift, wildlife are forced to move through the landscape to find suitable habitats, and crossing roads is often inevitable. OREG has identified where road ecology strategies align with climate change infrastructure adaptations and could inform the plan and assist with implementation practices. Official plan amendments or updates, as well as growth and design plans or redefined development standards, are other avenues to pursue biodiversity conservation measures and road ecology policies and strategies that benefit both the environment and the municipality. OREG can assist in identifying funding opportunities for municipal infrastructure projects that protect species at risk from the threats of roads and provide safe passage for wildlife across transportation networks through improved landscape connectivity. OREG will provide reporting and follow Norfolk County procedure to inform the process of integrating road ecology and biodiversity conservation into county documents. We hope to receive Council's endorsement for Norfolk County staff to cooperate and collaborate with OREG to develop and implement road ecology principles and practices in an ecologically and economically efficient manner. We look forward to a productive partnership that achieves biodiversity conservation objectives and serves the county. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mandy. Are there any questions of committee for the deputation? Seeing none, I'm sorry, Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, again, Mr. Chairman, the Environment and Climate Change Canada has identified the North Walsingham Forest as a priority area of the whole country, and they have been involved with ORIG, the ALICE program, NCC. I know I'm missing a bunch, but they are identifying the special nature of this area down here. So any expertise that we could get for free would probably be helpful, and hopefully we can, you know, take them up on their offer to, you know, give whatever they can with our working with our staff to improve the entire situation.
Thank you, Councillor Van Passen. Do I have a motion to receive the deputation as information? Councillor Columbus, seconded by Councillor Taylor. All those in favor? That is carried. And going back to staff report PW 20-47, do I have a mover on the staff recommendation or someone to propose an alternative? Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That is the recommendation coming out of the Adaptation Committee, and I'd be happy to move that.
Okay, thank you very much. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Taylor, thank you. Is there any discussion? Councillor Columbus?
So with this passing of this motion, we are in fact putting a fixed annual budget of 0.1% on the municipal tax levy at this time? Or does that go to budget talks first?
Councillor Columbus, is that a question that you're asking of staff?
Yes, please, if I could get the answer.
I'll allow the CAO to comment.
Thank you. Through the chair, it would go to budget recommendations for the budget process, and then it would be finalized by council. And I would suggest that it would not be a continuing source. It would be one that gets reviewed each year in the budget process.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Chop?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I'm just confused with the staff recommendation here, because was there going to be a staff presentation on report 20-55?
Madam Mayor, it's 20-47.
Okay, well, the
It's-
question
it-
referenced the following report, so that's why I was confused. Thanks.
I'm sorry, yes, we're kind of we're going back to the presentation by Michael Simos. Any further discussion? Councillor Columbus?
There seems to be some confusion, Mr. Chair. I'm looking at page 40. This is PW 20-47 in about the fourth, the fifth paragraph down. Talks about the fixed annual budget of 0.1% on the municipal tax levy. That's where I'm referencing. Correct? Thank you.
No further discussion then? Then all those in favor? That is carried. In that event, then, we will move on to staff report CAO 2033 regarding provincial restrictions in Norfolk County. Staff ready to report on that? And Passon?
report, PW 2055, is the other half of the climate change thing.
Thank you, Councillor Van Passen. Forgive me. We have the other part of the staff report on climate change.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Michelli. I will present this report as well. The second climate change staff report you have in front of you, PW 20-55, is a companion report to the first report. It provides a detailed analysis of the plan and the implementation considerations by county senior staff. As indicated in the previous staff report and in the plan, there are a large number of proposed adaptation strategies recommended by our technical experts at WSP to reduce the climate risk to Norfolk County. Simply implementing all the 114 strategies will be no easy task and requires significant efforts throughout the corporation, which can be noted throughout the staff report. As noted in the staff report, we are recommending that staff be directed to continue to work with the Climate Change Adaptation Committee to provide a detailed fully costed implementation schedule by August 1st, 2021. And I guess with that brief summary, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions of committee? Mayor Chop?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess the question would be, point one, actually, 100,000 a year isn't that sizable of a sum when we look at the impact of climate change. What are you guys doing to ensure, the ranking of the projects, that we're tackling the projects first that have, the biggest value for the taxpayer? So, reducing, like the ALICE program, reducing chemical loads into our water treatment facilities and so on. How are you ranking the priority of these projects and choosing which ones we're going to fund over the next few years?
Through the Councillor Michelli to Mayor Chop. It will be a wholesome discussion at the committee. And we have a committee meeting coming up just next week, where we take what we have in our plan and really strategize what are our quick wins, first of all, what are risks that we can mitigate without much action to start with in 2021, and then put together a plan over the next few months, addressing obviously our high risks that Claire and Anna discussed or highlighted in their presentation. The 4 high risk is where we would start, but it will be a fulsome conversation over the next few months of how we strategize and put together an actionable plan that makes sense for all parties.
I guess that's my point. I know that just tackling the high-risk projects is necessarily the way to go about it, because if we can realize savings through, some of the other projects that we're doing and reduce the cost to the county as a result of those beneficial projects, then we have more money that we can invest into additional ones that may not generate, the savings, but are doing good.
Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And yeah, this will come up for discussion with the committee, but I've always looked at it more of the little things we can do in conjunction with other projects. It's not like that we want to start some special thing for climate change adaptation, but maybe as an example, working with the drainage department to get buffers next to municipal drains so that the intervals between clean out is longer and it actually saves you money down the road. Looking at permeable parking lots so that the water would drain, some of the water would drain down through the top rather than all going into the sewage system, and do that in conjunction with an existing sort of program. And I think it's, as the mayor said, it's looking for those little wins to start with, and we gradually work up to you know, as we solve all the little problems, then you can get bigger. But I don't see it as some specific climate change adaptation project that we're going to dump $100,000 into. It's more of those little things here and there, and we would have a little bit more flexibility in the budget with the extra amount available to try to achieve some of the adaptation goals.
Thank you. Any other questions by committee? Now, with regard to staff report PW 20-55, do I have a mover of the staff recommendation or an alternative? Mayor Chop, and a seconder, Councillor Martin. All those in favor? And that is carried. And I believe now that we have staff report CAO 20-33 regarding provincial restrictions.
Through the chair, can you hear us?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I believe I will be presenting CAO report 20-23, and with me will be Marlene Miranda. And I think what we'll start off with is maybe just a quick review of the PowerPoint that was handed out. I believe councillors and the mayor do have that. And it's very similar to the PowerPoint that I believe the Board of Health members had saw earlier this week or last week. And I'll just turn it over to Marlene to go through that PowerPoint and highlight a few things, and then I'll go into the report itself.
Thank you. Through the chair, if I could ask clerks to run the PowerPoint for me, that would be appreciated. So as council is aware, the province has adopted the 5-stage framework, and currently Malden and Norfolk is in orange as of last week. Next slide, please. Thank you. So I won't go through everything in great detail today because the Board of Health, who is our respective council, has been provided with this information, but I will provide a high-level overview and provide some current data and then answer any questions that council may have today. So within this framework, there are 3 components to enable the decision making, which comprise of the epidemiological data, the health system capacity, and the public health system capacity. Next slide, please. From an epidemiological perspective, the indicators are weekly incident rates per 100 population, percent positivity, reproduction number, outbreak trends and observations, and level of community transmission that are non-epi-linked cases. So just as a quick update, from November the 29th to December the 5th, the weekly incident rate per 100 population is 19.1 incidents. The positivity rate, which is about a week delayed, is 2.2. We'll have the new updated numbers tomorrow as we need to receive those from the province. We are managing several outbreaks, and we do have several school cohorts that have been disqualified. The level of community transmissions that are non-epi linked currently are at 67%. Next slide, please. From a health system capacity, currently across Malden and Norfolk, the occupancy rate of our inpatient units are at 75%. And our ICUs are at 67%. I currently don't have the ventilator capacity at this point. Next slide, please. From a public health system present capacity, the Haldeman Norfolk Health Unit has been able to continue to achieve a 99% rate of case and contact follow-up within the 24 hours. Next slide, please. So once again, the framework has been presented to Council and to the Board of Health. I just wanted to provide it once again. This is the 5-stage framework. The lockdown restrictions, as you can see from this slide, has not been posted. The province has indicated that this stage will resemble the stage that we were in earlier on in the pandemic, but has yet to be articulated. As Council is aware, Toronto and I believe York are currently in lockdown, and several areas around Haldeman Norfolk are currently in the red stage. Next slide, please. The five stages are articulated. The first 4 stages have been outlined throughout the next several slides that I won't go through in detail. However, they are available there for Council. Very limited number of closures or establishments are listed in the first 4 stages until you really get into the lockdown, which still needs to be fully articulated. Regulations mainly affect hours of operation, the number of the public that's permitted throughout the first 4 stages. So with that, I'll conclude the presentation, and if Council has any questions related to the framework, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Marlene. Are there any questions of committee? Seeing none.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Marlene, for the going through the PowerPoint. Yeah, I will be presenting the CAO 2023 report very quickly. The report is brought to Council. Basically, it's a high-level report, and it's as far as the conditions and regulations with COVID-19 can change rapidly. Based on the report, staff felt we should bring to Council to receive this information and give a heads up to Council on what going to a code or a red phase would mean to a number of Norfolk County activities. The report contains comments from all 5 general managers as well as the Director of Human Resources. And as we go through the report, likely any questions on their sections are better suited for them. I will cover the CES part of the report, and I think a lot of interest will be on this section alone. As far as fire and paramedics, there will be no impacts going to a red zone. Fire and paramedics already follow extensive protocols and are fully equipped with PPE for all calls they do. The issue will be the pools, arenas, senior centers, and community halls. And what staff are recommending there, even though the provincial guidelines don't say to do a complete closure, staff are recommending that we do a complete closure as soon as we do hit the code or the red color. And what we're recommending is that we do this for 2 weeks. This 2-week permanent closure will give staff the ability to touch base with their users and see going forward in a code red what participant level is still interested in doing these activities. And when we say that is, I'll use minor hockey for instance, and even minor sports. When we go to a red, it does limit the amount of participants in certain sports. And as such, a lot of these organizations will economically, they'll be hit with trying to obviously have less participants on the ice, but paying a higher dollar value. So the 2-week closure will give us time to chat with these groups, get feedback on where they want to go. With that, and staff will have time, for instance, with our pool, will it be, can we reduce the hours of the pool and still get all of our users that wish to come in a red color back? And as far as arenas as well, we may not, at that time, if the participant level isn't as high as it was, do we then reschedule and go with 2 or 3 open arenas and not 5? For that 2-week closure, we're confident that we can keep marina, pool, recreation staff busy with maintenance items and go from there. And then after the 2-week consulting period, we'll then know where we go. This could lead to additional report to council with updates on how many groups wish to come back and how many don't wish to come back. And then there are also options on whether we would offer refunds or whether there's a possibility of extending, say, the hockey season to carry through with the people with contracts. Also, it should be noted, I believe, generally, if we go to red, same as orange, it is a 28-day period. And in that 28-day period, we would not go back to the orange level, but there always would be the possibility of going to the gray, the full lockout. So with that, I will turn it over to County Council for any questions. And I'm not sure, I'm here with Ms. Darlington, who can handle any questions on corporate services, and I'm Marlene Miranda is here as well from Public Health. I'm not sure if the GMs from Public Work or Planning have called in, but we will do our best to answer any questions with their group.
Thank you, Bill. Any questions of committee? Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Chair Michelle. Through you to Mr. Cridlin and maybe even actually probably Marlene. Without pulling up the chart here online, what does the red zone recommend for recreation? I know it's a bit of a vague statement because it includes fitness centers among other things, but
I think I can start, and I don't have my copy in front of me, unfortunately. I left it in the other room. But I do believe it limits the number to 10 within side facilities. So that would be a major one that we would have to work with. Also for sports, minor sports anyways, the ability to play organized games is limited. They're back to skills and conditioning and things like that.
okay, thank you. One more, if I may, through the chair. So when you mentioned that staff would be able to be busy on other duties, would there be any type of lull in the reopening? Should we go back to orange after 28 days and the facilities are able to open? Is that an immediate open? Are we looking at needing to do various things with the pool or with the ice again? What does that look like?
I think we would size it up that yes, we could get back to full business as quickly as the groups could organize themselves. I think the 2 weeks are just kind of a consulting period, and we'll see where folks are. If if the limits or if the amount of participants coming back were very low, that's where we would have to decide, can we fully operate 2 arenas instead of 5? And again, I'm just throwing these out as possible scenarios. The pool, we started at 8 hours a day, and we are beyond that now as the need was there. But with the pools, is that back to an 8-hour a day or 5 days a week sort of thing? So I think it would really depend on the users, but the plan would be for staff to be able to get the facilities back and running as quick as possible.
Councillor Hoffman.
Thank you, Chair Michelle. Through you to Mr. Cridlin. Are you aware of what other areas in the red zone are doing in regards to their recreational services? Do they have the leeway in terms of just completely shutting everything down? Can you answer that with other areas?
Yes, through the chair. Again, with all of this, each municipality, I guess there is no right or no wrong, and each municipality does things a little differently. I believe that with the red, some have closed facilities down, some have left them open for limited users that can be in there, and that's why I think the approach we're taking. The 2 weeks just buys us time to consult and see. There's no sense of being open if, for instance, minor sports, they can only get half of their participants on but still paying. So I think we'd like to get the feedback from the groups to see what fits best with them.
Thank you.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you very much, Chair. Through you to Bill. Mr. Cridlin, would it be beneficial for the county at all to reach out to our users and see if there's any interest on of renting the facilities with family bubbles kept in mind. So if they were able to keep under the 10, going back to something like summer ice with a higher cost recovery on it, is there any merit in putting, laying the groundwork in that right now, reaching out to some users to see if that's of any interest to them?
Through the chair, that's a good question, and staff have, with this report going today, there are emails that have went out or will go shortly from our facilities booking, telling the users about this report and getting ahead of that curve to get them thinking of what does a red color do to their program. So I think, to answer your question, I think that will be flushed out of when it goes out to the users, and we'll cover the family skate participants as much as we can and see where that is. But yes, everything would be possible here. We just have to see what the users' tolerance were and how it fits the economics of their activities.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. I'm also going to let our CAO add to that commentary. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, just to add on to Mr. Cridland's comments, you have to remember also, it's just not the user groups you have to factor in. When you've moved, there's a significant public health issue once you've moved into the red. So staff also have to balance other other citizens, such as business owners who have been, significantly negatively impacted when they move to the red, and public health advice. So that 2-week period is to factor all those things in. What we don't want to do is potentially lead to being in the red period longer or moving to a shutdown, which would have negative economic consequences. And the other risk factor that we also have to evaluate is risk to our staff. So we would put all those things in. It's just not a user item. And to coin a sports analogy, and any Jet fans out there who watch their team blow it with 10 seconds left, once you've moved into a red, there's a reason why we're in the red. And the question is, do you want to call an all-out blitz when you're up by 4 points with 10 seconds left? Like, what's the benefit are you gaining from putting 10 people on the ice versus, the benefit, the risk that you're weighing by potentially maybe staying longer in red and that. So the 2-week period that we've put in there is designed to get some better clarity around those risks, and then to develop a plan to say, is it really worthwhile to reopen for that period of time? So it gives that breather and allows us to report back to council on all the risks and all the benefits.
Thank you. Any other questions? Just a comment from myself. I do agree with the CAO's remarks. We often give a lot of consideration to the users of these facilities, and which we should, but I always have to keep in mind that we also have staff that we don't want to put at risk. So that's something I think we always have to keep in the back of our mind. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. If we were to go into red and then, or even after this orange restriction period is finished, do they reevaluate and then potentially put us back in green, or do we fall down to yellow for another 28 weeks and then fall down to green if things go the way we want them to?
So through the chair, it's Marlene. It'll be evaluated by the province, and there's usually dialogue with Dr. Nasa Thury, and they make that decision. So it's difficult to know right now how quickly we would go the other way, but the data and the categories of the epidemiology, the health system capacity, and the public health capacity would have to continually be monitored, and those decisions would be made. I would suspect that we would, like every recovery plan, we would go backwards through each stage versus skipping stages. However, we'll have to wait and see how the province makes that determination.
Thank you.
Any other questions of committee? And can I have a motion to receive the report as information? Councillor Taylor, second. Councillor Geisens. All those in favor? That is carried. We will proceed to the CAO's deferred report on refunds and see how far we get with that before the scheduled 4:30 break for the Budget Committee.
Thank you through the chair to the committee. Before you have CO 20-31, this was deferred from the last meeting. I can provide a little bit of additional information into this report. During the summer, the total ICE revenue was $36,435. Our expenses were $49,532, which meant that there was a levy impact of $13,000 to the taxpayers to run the summer ICE program, which was better than anticipated recovery of 74%. If you remember, we were trying to target a 65% recovery. If 65% recovery would mean that you'd have revenue of just over $32,000, which would, if council so chose, you'd be looking at a refund of $4,200 out to the various participants. Staff is not recommending to refund it because it would trigger a whole bunch of other questions that we would have to answer, such as who gets the refunds. Is it the organizers that signed off on the return to play? Is it the actual bookers of it? You'd also get in the situation of refunding out of town folks, based upon the levy. And the excess money stays within the recreational program budget. So we were able to offer some other things during the summertime. I've also noted there that we've recently installed portable HEPA filters in all the arenas and in the pool. Recently, Haldimand County experienced an outbreak that led to multiple situations of through the hockey arenas, through schools and stuff, closing down. It was a bit of an outbreak at one of the arenas there. So we took the extra precaution of putting portable HEPA filters in to protect the users of the arenas a little bit better. And you can see that was a cost of just under $15,000. So like I said, the recommendation from staff is not to provide refund, but it's to the discretion of council.
Any questions of committee? Councillor Rabbits.
Thank you. Through you to Jason Burgess. There's been some discussion in the public that, originally their position, and it's from our user groups. We had a deputation from Agord Melo stating that the user groups were promised 60% would be when they would be obtaining a refund. And I cannot recollect seeing that in writing or that being the agreed upon offer. I believe a question was asked of a councillor about potentially refunding these monies, but I don't actually remember us approving that direction or authorizing that to take place. And then we had some unanticipated costs with that HEPA filter. I've been crunching some numbers over here, and I would say there's a $28,000 impact to the tax levy, with the subsidy resulting in the $13,000, and then the additional HEPA filter due to COVID-19 would add an additional $15,000 onto that final figure. So what I'm hoping to hear back from Mr. Burgess is just a confirmation of, was it 60 or is it 65%? What was communicated out to our user groups, and what was the direction that you believe you had received from council in that regard?
During the debate, it was Councillor Taylor that raised the question that to report back, and if there was excess recovery from hockey, and I said, yeah, it would be open for council to direct that. The nature of that report was a budget allocation for a number of recreational programs. I believe it was $70,000 or $75,000 budget allocation to run summer programs. If you remember at the time, most municipalities weren't running summer ice. They weren't running in-person camps. We decided to, do something to relieve parents who were stuck with their kids 24/7. So we put that in with a fixed budget of $75,000. There was an initial target of, I thought it was 65%. Staff can correct me. Maybe it was 60%. I thought it was 65 for the recovery on that. But that was the target within the report. I think some user groups may have misinterpreted that, but at the end of the day, the council direction is the binding direction. But there was direction from Councillor Taylor, which staff took in agreement, was that we would report back and council would have the right to potentially refund it.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I remembered as well that we needed a 65% recovery commitment before we would even open the doors. That was the baseline. I don't remember any discussion about that's all they had to pay. But my question to staff, when we talk about cost recovery, are we looking at full cost recovery, or are we only looking at direct input costs for those hours? Like, there's nothing built in to our cost recovery to pay for the Zamboni or pay for the facilities and the upgrades. We're just talking about actual cash expenses to have the kids on the ice, aren't we?
Through the chair to Councillor Van Passen, he's correct. The asset management component is not factored into the cost recovery.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. Any other questions from committee? Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wonder if we could get staff to clarify. I do believe it was 60% that was stated, and I'm of the position that I don't really want to be going around and refunding. I think that the money should stay in the budget. However, it's really an issue of principle. I have 2 emails that were sent to me from staff articulating 25 hours at 210 equaled 60% cost recovery, and if there was a reduction, that would be refunded to the tune of $167 to $143 an hour. So I think that staff have picked up that conversation we've had and re-articulated it to our user groups, and then that was in turn shared with everyone who booked the ice. So I just think it's a matter of principle at this point in time, and we maybe learned a hard lesson here that we shouldn't be having these discussions and making commitments and putting it in writing as to what the dollar value of a reimbursement would be for our community members.
Through the chair, I'll ask Mr. Cridlin, but I'm not sure at the end of the day, whether it's 60 or 65% recovery, it's $360. So you're looking at whether it's $42.39 or $4,500. At the end of the day, any of the contracts that were signed by the users did not contain any type of refund clause. I think the user groups who participated in the debate that was before council, I think it was very clear. The one user group, Mr. Malo, in his email to me pointed to Councillor Taylor's instruction as what he was leaning on as far as a consideration for it. I will say that there's only been one user group or one user who's asked for this refund. That was Mr. Malo. We've received no other request for refunds for that purpose. So, I can't control what staff say or what people say, but at the end of the day, I thought the report to council was clear. I thought the direction from Councillor Taylor, which staff accepted, was clear. I think the legal contracts are clear, and it's purely within council's discretion to either approve a refund or not approve a refund. What I will say is once you approve the refund, the reason staff's not recommending it, it generates a whole whack of other questions that we have to deal with for $4,500. So I'll give an example. I, Jason Burgess, signed the rental contract, but I'm representing 10 other parents and kids who paid me fully for it. How much responsibility do I have to ensure when I give Jason Burgess back the $200 that he's owed? But then I got parent of kid 1, 2, and 3 saying, where's my money? I'm saying, well, no, I'm only dealing with the legal contract holder. You have to go to that legal contract holder. And then there was also the original suggestion during that debate was to take it back to the organization. And it was mentioned to be Norfolk Minor Hockey in that one case. Unfortunately, Norfolk Minor Hockey never signed any of the return to play requirements. So it would be going back to the skating clubs. that actually approved the return to play protocols for those organizations that went there. So then am I sending the money back to those return to play, those organizations that actually signed that? And then you get in the same situation. Parent X says, well, I paid this money, how come is the skating club getting that? To me, it's $4,500. It will cause a whole bunch of staff time to deal with it, but like I said, staff is willing to do that. We would set some policies then on how we refund it, and then let the chips fall where they may.
Mr.
Thank
Chair,
you,
if
Mr.
I'm,
Bridges.
sorry, if I may respond to that. I don't remember the specifics of it, but Mr. Malo did give a deputation last week and had a suggestion for the refunds. So we'd have to rewatch the tape, but he did address that.
Mayor Chop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just quickly on the HEPA filters, when we had this discussion before we knew about the outbreaks at the arenas and you know, that building, I think there was several outbreaks that were starting to take place that were associated with skating and hockey in the U.S. The HEPA filters weren't considered at that time, were they?
Through the chair, no, the HEPA filters were considered after the Haldeman outbreak. Our EOC decided to install them. I had consultations with public health officials. You know, I'm always a little concerned about the claims of some of these filters, but public health officials, the province of Ontario, have been very clear that right HEPA filter designs can lead to some benefit. It's not a guarantee. But it was only it was done through EOC and just subsequent to the Haldeman outbreak.
But that was a decision that you had made to not only keep the skaters safe, but also to really try to protect our economy in Haldeman and Norfolk counties from additional outbreak numbers that would see us move to a more restricted zone.
Well, not only that, but just public health time. If you get an outbreak at a hockey thing, you as the example was, and Marlene can provide an example, it impacts multiple schools, it impacts a whole bunch of stuff. We would spend more than $15,000 in time doing contact tracing for one outbreak. So my math calculation on this one was if I stopped one outbreak by deploying $15,000 worth of filters, our internal costs would be better, let alone what goes on with mums and dads who have to take 2 weeks off of work to quarantine because of that. So that was the selfish math calculation.
Well, I just wanted to say thank you very much for making that decision on behalf of the skaters and the taxpayers of Norfolk County. And I'm just wondering, you had one email that you received, you know, saying they wanted a refund from all of the taxpayers of Norfolk County. Did you receive any emails thanking you for the HEPA filters?
I don't get a lot of emails from user groups that are positive. I'll just leave it at that. So I will say I did not. I'm hoping some staff at the local arenas did have some comments, but I can't say I received anything.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. Any other questions, comments from council? Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question to staff. Like we had committed, we needed 65% before we'd open the doors. We got better than that, but was that all booked before we opened the doors, or did it gradually fill out after the arenas were open? Because to me, that makes that difference on fundamental principle. Like if it was 100% booked before we even opened the doors and allowed it, that makes a difference. If it's, you know, some of it was booked and it gradually filled up later, well, then I don't think that we're stuck on giving any refunds that way. So maybe staff could let me know which way it was.
Through the chair, I could confirm with staff, but the instruction was get the minimum recovery, and then what happened was once the knowledge that our arenas were open was out, other groups started to come, so that's how we lifted it up. And you know, like I said, for this amount of money, I wasn't going to do a lot of analysis, but I know there was groups from out of town that came to use the ice because they couldn't get ice in other places, so some of the figure skating clubs. So some of the lift is frankly due to out-of-town folks coming.
Chop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, staff did a lot of work. There were very few municipalities that actually offered summer ice, and that was something that we did here in Norfolk County. There was a lot of work that went into it. There was additional spending from all of the taxpayers of Norfolk County to ensure the safety of those skaters, as well as ensure that if, as Mr. Burgess said, that there was an outbreak, that, you know, mass public health resources weren't expended on the situation. So with that, I'd like to move the staff recommendation so we can move on with this big agenda on page 73, that the report be received as information, that council directs staff to not provide refunds from summer hockey.
Before we carry on with that recommendation, Mayor Chapa, I'm going to allow Councillor Taylor to speak.
I was just going to say that I think it's clear that the money stayed in facilities and further money has been spent on the programs, and there was still a public subsidization. So after that statement, I was going to move it, so I'll second that.
Any discussion to accept the staff recommendation? All those in favor? That is carried.
Through the chair, I know that we're short on time. The next report would be more lengthy if you want to consider the Norview Lodge additional staffing and go out of order to hit the 4:30 timeline. It might be.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. Mr. Clerk, do I need a motion to change the order of the agenda? No, we do not. Then thank you for that suggestion, Mr. Burgess. We will move then to the Norview report.
So, and I'll wait till Marlene gets lined up, but just for simplicity, all the long-term care homes are required to have certain protocols in place. We've been using reallocated staff from other divisions such as museums and the recreational programming. What this report is asking is that we hire dedicated temporary staff for these positions. The staffing cost is funded by the province. We can get our other staff, in some cases our more expensive staff, frankly, back to doing their regular jobs. And still meet the requirements for the ministry. So there's not any net new impact to the levy payer, but there is an impact, frankly, to our FTE count. But the cost is fully covered by the additional provincial funding that we're receiving. And I'll just, while I was filling time, I'll just see if Marlene has any further comments to that.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll Nolan to speak and just provide me further information on the report.
And through the chair, thank you to the CEO for moving into that. He has touched on most of the points on the in the report, except for the details that staff is requesting to hire 12 additional FTEs in order to keep the residents and employees safe by continuing to conduct health screening of all persons entering the home and to assist with resident care. Based on the continuation at the same level of funding received in 2020, the annual amount to be received will be $1,338,000, which will be anticipated to fund the additional 12 FTEs and associated operating and PPE costs for 2021. If approved, the 2021 budget will include the allocation of the $1,338,000 for this pilot initiative. Hiring the additional employees to ensure the residents of Norview Lodge continue to receive the exceptional care and that they require to meet with assist with the prevention and spread of COVID-19 within the home. And with that staff report be received, and any questions or comments?
Any questions from committee? Councillor Columbus?
Well, no questions, but this is fully covered by the province. Long-term care, I believe, Ministry of Long-Term Care. So I will move the recommendation as printed on page 94 of the agenda package.
And a seconder? Any discussion? All those in favor? And that is carried. I'm going to suggest that we take a very brief 5-minute break, after which we will then turn to the Budget Committee meeting.
I don't know whether I must be mute. To unmute. Yeah.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm now going to turn the proceedings from the Council and Committee meeting over to my colleague Chair Rabbits, who will chair the Budget Committee meeting.
Thank you, Chair Michelli. I now call the Budget Committee meeting to order. We do have one addition to our agenda. It is from Jessica Bomberito with the Simcoe BIA presentation regarding 87-97 Pond Street. This will appear in our agenda as item 3B, and the presentation from Brenda Lee Engelhart will be repositioned to 3C. I would suggest that we will hear from both of our deputations and we'll have an opportunity to ask them questions, but I'd please ask that you reserve your questions for staff until we have heard both presentations. With that, are there any further changes to the agenda? Okay, seeing none, do we have a mover to accept the agenda as presented? With the amendment, Councillor Taylor and Mayor Chop. May I please have a vote? All those in favor? Motion is carried. Do we have any disclosures of pecuniary interest regarding this budget committee? Seeing none, I'll have a few brief opening remarks, as is customary. I think this budget meeting format is a first, and we've also had a lot of firsts with COVID-19 this year. 2020 has been a year of firsts. Just going over some budget highlights, we're going to be hearing from our arts community this afternoon, as well as our business community, regarding some projects and some aspirations for downtown Simcoe and the arts and the business community there. We're also going to be setting our user fees and our service charges. With this budget, we'll also be having a confirming resolution for the water rate budget. Further on, we're going to be hearing the 2021 levy supporting operating budget with 4 options that are included in appendices. One of the first that we have to thank our staff for this year is the openness and the transparency of our budgeting process. Never has Norfolk County been so open and transparent with its budget process regarding public engagement and having discussions moved from closed session out into the open forum. Yes, we had a very thick agenda, closed session agenda presented to us over the weekend. Your council read well over 1,000 pages worth of confidential and sensitive documents, and we are making an effort to discuss as much as the content as we can in an open forum, but due to the sensitive nature of much of this information, we do unfortunately have to receive that in closed session. Staff have worked diligently to present us with 4 options for our consideration in the January 6th and 7th, 2021 levy supporting operating budget. So we're going to be looking forward to more engagement with the community in advance of those decision dates, and we appreciate all of the feedback that we have received and will continue to receive in advance of that very important meeting. With that, I'd like to launch right into our deputations, and we're going to be hearing first from Les Anderson, proposal to operate 87-97 Pond Street is a request for funding. I'll remind the deputation that you will have 5 minutes to speak, and I will remind you when you have 1 minute remaining. The clock will start once you commence your presentation. Thank you, Les. Oh, and we'll wait till you get unmuted there, sir. I cannot hear you. Okay, get a microphone check. I'm still seeing Les Anderson on mute. Bear with us, folks. We're having some technical difficulties. We're going to try to unmute our deputation, or we may be contacting him by phone to give his verbal or his audio. I'm being told, Les, that you do have the ability to unmute yourself. Oh, I can see the icon is gone. Can you do a microphone check for me, please?
How was that?
We can hear you now, sir. You may begin your deputation.
Chair Rabbits, Mayor Chop, members of council and staff, thank you for allowing me to make this presentation. This is a proposal regarding the municipally owned building and lands on Pond Street in Simcoe. The proposal was prompted by 3 issues. 1, the desire to keep the property in the community's hands. 2nd, to preserve the existing building. And 3rd, to find a solution that would allow the 3 remaining tenants to remain at Pond Street. During the 2020 levy budget discussions last January, the council made the decision to move the senior center to the rec center complex, and the property would become surplus to the county's needs. The remaining tenants were provided notice by Norfolk County that they would have to vacate the property by January 2021. Pages 3 and 4 of this proposal provides information related to the search for new space for the tenants and the highlights of difficulties in trying to relocate those same tenants. This proposal describes a broader vision for the Pond Street property that will serve as a catalyst for the revitalization of downtown Simcoe and strengthening the arts community. The vision includes both a short-term and long-term plan. The plans are highlighted on pages 1 and 2 of the document. This is a beautiful piece of property which backs onto the Lynn River. There is so much that can be reached here that would benefit the Simcoe downtown and Norfolk County in general. However, the property is not without some limitations and challenges. The property is entirely within the hazard land zone that stretches from Sydenham Street to Victoria Street. The property also has some environmental issues, and the remediation work that will be required is addressed in the long-term plans. It should be noted that this proposal fits with the Norfolk County Council's strategic priorities. The strategic priorities document states, Council's strategic priorities are about building opportunities and welcoming new ideas while staying true to Norfolk's roots, our people, our culture, and our history. This proposal addresses the priority of foster vibrant, creative communities. It's highlighted in more detail on pages 5 and 6 of the proposal. It is also interesting to note that this proposal aligns itself with Norfolk County's Economic Recovery Task Force and their recommendation of forming an Arts Council. Our vision talks about Pond Street and its role in strengthening the arts community. Pages 8 and 9 of the document addresses the changing landscape in downtown Simcoe. Over time, the Simcoe downtown has evolved from being the retail hub of Norfolk County to becoming more service-oriented with some retail. This proposal recognizes the need for either a secondary plan or concrete measurable strategies for Simcoe's downtown. In the short-term plan, this community-based organization will be a strong proponent of this and will become a very active participant. Pages 9 and 10 describe in detail the importance of community engagement in a project like this. When it was announced that the Pond Street property was going to be declared surplus, the downtown Simcoe BIA formed a subcommittee to monitor the process and provide advice to Norfolk County staff as to what some of the desired outcomes might be. They have also been working with staff on developing some of the key wording to be used in the RFP process should the county decide to proceed with the sale. This proposal acknowledges the work of the BIA subcommittee, and in the proposal, their role will be much expanded to an advisory group that would advise the community board on the planning and development of the property. We would like to also see them become partners in championing this proposal. The Pond Street building is a landmark in the Simcoe community. People often draw comparisons to the building and what has been accomplished.
Mr. Anderson, you do have 1 minute remaining. My apologies for interrupting.
Thank you. The Pond Street building is a landmark in the Simcoe community. People often draw comparisons to this building and what has been accomplished in the communities of Galt, Preston, and Paris, and how they have repurposed some of their historic structures in the downtown. With some foresight and proper planning, this could be achieved with the Pond Street property. This proposal has seen the foresight and the short-term and long-term plans to make that happen. Pages 10 and 11 of the document summarize some of the benefits of this proposal, such as it allows for the sale of the property, relieves the county of the ongoing financial responsibility of owning and operating the building. It ensures the property remains in the community's hands and the public will have access to the Lynn River, and it allows the existing tenants to remain in the building. In summary, this proposal requests that Norfolk County Council consider leasing the Pond Street property to an incorporated not-for-profit community organization for the amount of $1 for the year 2021. And further, that Council consider providing a one-time operating grant in the amount of $27,800 for the year 2021. Annual operating expenses, projected savings, and the proposed 2021 budget for Pond Street are highlighted on pages 6 and 7 of the document and in attachment 1. Suggested terms of the lease and the sale of the property are included in the draft lease agreement, and which is attachment 3. Thank you for considering my proposal, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Do we have questions of committee? Seeing Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair Robertson, through you. Hello, Les. Have you incorporated a not-for-profit at this point, or is that something to come in the future?
It's in the process right now, actually.
And then, are you aware if in Galt, Preston, and Paris, if many of the historic buildings are operated by not-for-profits, or if they're operated by private enterprises?
Well, I don't know for sure. I imagine many of them are operated by private developers, or have been developed by private individuals or investors.
Okay, thank you. I've got a couple more, but I'll let some other folks take a step.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Seeing Mayor Chop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just wondering, Les, I'm curious. My understanding was you were on the BIA. I don't understand why there's 2 presentations that are taking place.
Well, I think there's, and I, I am on the BIA, and I was on the committee, the subcommittee that the BIA put together, and I've since stepped away from that because we have conflicting ideas, I think. And but the main reason, the fundamental difference between the 2 ideas is that this one ensures that it stays within the public domain and people have access to the building. If we go to an RFP, we don't necessarily know whether that will happen. You could have an investor or a private developer purchase the building and do with what they wish. And I guess the other part of it is there's many in the community would like to see that building preserved. And we'd also like to see the tenants be able to stay where they are, because they will form a big piece of the future of that building. And so I think those are the differences. Jess and I have had some discussion about it, and I've sent quite a bit of information to the subcommittee. So, our concern is just that we want it to stay in the public's hands and not be sold to a private developer for whatever reason.
All right, I'm not seeing any other hands, so I'll circle back to, oh, let's hear from Councillor Columbus.
Yes, I'm a bit confused. I need some clarification. Mr. Anderson, are you representing the BIA then, or is it a subgroup of the BIA, or is it a different organization? Like on the
no,
request for deputation.
Sorry.
On the request for deputation sheet, I don't see anything that indicates the BIA with respect to your submission.
No, it's not part of the BIA. It's a separate organization. But as I said, we've reached out to the BIA and asked them to be a big part of our proposal.
So at this time, you don't have a name for your organization, I take it?
We do have a name, but what we're saying right now is if the proposal's not accepted, then there's no sense in making a big splash of the name and who's involved and so forth.
Okay, thank you.
All right, do we have any other questions of committee before we circle back to Councillor Taylor? Seeing none. And Councillor Taylor, his questions have been satisfied, so thank you for your presentation, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you.
Do stay on the line. I don't think that we'll be circling back to you, but we'll definitely be having an opportunity to ask our staff some questions after we receive the next deputation. So with that, I would like to move along in our, well, I guess we should at least accept this deputation as information. Can I get a mover? Seeing Councillor Michelli and Councillor Taylor, all those in favor? Carried, received as information. Moving along to our second deputation, Jessica Bomarito. Do we have Jess on the line?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Jess. Now, what I'd like to do is if you could just give us a brief introduction. Thank you for your service on the BIA. I understand we've had a recent resignation, but you're continuing to serve on the subcommittee. So I wouldn't mind if you could just give us a reintroduction of what capacity you're currently volunteering in on that board. And once you've concluded your opening remarks, we'll begin that presentation. Again, you have 5 minutes, and I'll remind you when you have 1 minute remaining.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Rabbits. My name is Jessica Bomarito, and as Mr. Rabbits has just said, I was until about a week ago the vice chair of the Downtown Simcoe BIA. I have stayed on as a volunteer, and I am the volunteer lead of the subcommittee that Les was referring to in his presentation. So today, I am speaking on behalf of that subcommittee, and we are the Pond Street Development Committee is the name, and we represent the wishes of the Downtown Simcoe BIA and the vision that we have been working on for the past several months for this particular area of the downtown where the building on Pond Street that we're all talking about resides. So for clarity, I know there's some confusion happening. The proposal that you just heard from Les Anderson is not a proposal from our committee. Mr. Anderson chose to bring this forward on his own, representing his own potentially charitable organization without our committee's knowledge or input until we just found out about it on Friday. So I am here to speak on behalf of the committee and just reiterate the purpose of our committee and what we hope to see come from these series of deputations and this meeting. So if it's all right to continue, I'll share a couple of those thoughts. So we are an advisory committee advocating for Norfolk County to work with us and the BIA as a whole to develop a vision for the lands at 87 to 97 Pond Street and the surrounding area, as well as to design a fair, transparent, and very public sale process prior to any declaration of surplus and prior to any entertainment of proposals from the community. So Les's proposal that you've seen today is one example of what might be possible with this property. However, we feel it's premature at this point to consider just one submission. Since June, our committee has been working on a vision, and we believe that the property in question, if it's redeveloped properly, has the potential to be a catalyst for change in downtown Simcoe and lead to the core's revitalization. This is a perspective I believe Les and our committee share. It is a stunning property located next to the Lynn River, and we believe the Lynn River is our downtown's greatest asset. And the river is currently a very underutilized asset in our downtown, especially along this particular stretch of Pond Street from Victoria to Argyle. However, you as council now have an amazing opportunity before you to create a destination here that attracts residents, commercial investment, artistic and cultural events, and even recreational activities. Much like we have seen in the past in Waterford, between the Waterford Old Town Hall and the Waterford Heritage Trail. So the Waterford Old Town Hall was originally a municipally owned property. It was purchased by a charitable organization, renovated, and activated with programs, exhibits, events, and now is one of the premier art, theater, and music venues in all of Southern Ontario and has hosted some very large acts, such as the Sheepdogs, Sarah Slean, and this weekend, or in a couple weeks, Ron Sexsmith will be playing as well. The Waterford Heritage Trail is another great example. It was owned by Norfolk County and now has been enhanced and beautifully maintained by the Shadow Lake Committee, which is a volunteer group. So we'd like you today, Council, to consider the banks of the Lynn River in Simcoe to be the same type of opportunity, prime real estate waiting to be turned into something fantastic. And we have two requests. We request that the county not declare the We request that the county does not declare the Simcoe Senior Center building at 87 to 97 Pond Street surplus, nor sell those lands now or in the immediate future. Two, we would ask for the opportunity to work in coordination with county staff to develop a process for proposals to come forward from the public for this area based on criteria we can establish which are achievable and which will maximize the area as a new residential, commercial, and or cultural hub for the community, and which will maximize the waterfront's potential as a public space. Now, I do want to point out two different motions that have taken place previously. In July, you carried the following motion: that staff be directed to work with the Simcoe BIA to prepare a plan for the Pond Street building, and that the plan be presented to council for approval before the property is declared surplus. Then on August 18th, that motion was potentially overridden when item 10 of the budget committee minutes from January was being debated and reconsidered. So at that time, the motion that was carried included a line that read that the senior center at Pond Street be declared surplus to municipal needs. What we're asking is that the spirit and the intent from that original motion in July be honored, so that our committee may continue to work with county staff to develop multiple paths to a solution to be presented back to council before this property is declared surplus and before any additional proposals are entertained. So what you've seen today from Les is one example of what a new management and/or ownership group could possibly suggest. At this time, we are not in favor of his proposal. It does have some merit, but we feel it's premature at this time to even consider an unsolicited proposal. We believe there are more solutions and opportunities available to you. So by continuing to work with our committee, you have an opportunity to not only reimagine an underutilized area of town, but to also spark growth and revitalization throughout the downtown. And by working together,
Sorry, Jess, you do have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. We can come up with a strategy together for these lands that attracts multiple creative ideas and compelling proposals for you to select from that both help you achieve your financial goals and us to achieve the revitalization we know to be possible in our community. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your deputation, for being judicious with your time. With that, do we have any questions for Jessica Bomarito of the committee? Seeing Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Chair Rabbits. Through you to Jess. Jess, can you expand a little bit on the progress of the committee and how staff have been able to facilitate any of your efforts thus far?
Yes, definitely. The committee itself has had its own series of meetings where we've developed multiple visions for what could be possible for this particular area of the downtown. And we have spoken with several staff. So we've spoken with Jason Burgess a couple of times. We've been emailing back and forth with Brandon Sloan, and we are in the process of setting up a meeting with executive staff to go over the vision that we've been working on so far. And we've also met with the Long Point Region Conservation Authority to get a better understanding of what we're able to do, considering the property in question is in the floodplain. And we've also started to have conversations with councillors, two of whom are on the committee themselves, and starting to share that vision a little bit further.
Further, Councillor Martin? Look, she's nodding her head that she is satisfied. Do I have further questions of committee? Okay, seeing none at this time. With that, we'll thank you for your presentation, Jessica, and do stay on the line. We're going to have an opportunity to ask our staff some questions. I think there'll be a few. So with that, can I get a mover to receive our deputation as information? Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Columbus. All those in favor? It is carried. With that, I'll open up the floor for an opportunity to ask our staff some questions of this property. We're going to start with Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair Abbott, and through you to the county clerk. Does the intent of that original motion still stand, the working with staff, the proposal coming from the BIA prior to the surplus declaration? Does that still stand, or where are we sitting with that? Because I know there was the budget motion having been reconsidered and then reapproved with the new wording, but that other motion didn't take place at the budget committees at all. It was a council meeting, I believe.
Kevin, you don't want to jump in on that one? Okay. I wouldn't be a good boss if I let him do that. Yes, so that was an amendment that was later on passed to it, so it's still in effect. The council didn't defeat that they wanted to pursue that.
Further, Councillor Taylor?
And if I may, even are we able to consider Les's motion today at all, given the previous direction with that reconsideration, and we haven't seen the BIA come forward yet with that recommendation and proposal?
Through you, Chair Rabbits, the only way that you could consider it is if you thought that he presented enough substantial new evidence to change something that you didn't know when you initially passed. So it has to be, he presented a game changer, and that means that you can change your direction.
Okay, do we have further questions of committee? Okay, seeing none at this time, well, geez, I had one. So since, both of these deputations potentially have budget implications, the one, we're hearing from our BIA that they need time and they wish to engage in a consultation process and bring a report back to council before the property is declared surplus. That's the original motion. I believe that is carrying. But we do have this counter proposal from Les Anderson that is under consideration. I guess I need to ask the floor if there is any motions to change our position that we're pursuing the project with the BIA. Is there anyone that would like to advance the deputation or the information presented by Les Anderson? Okay, seeing none at this time, can we get, I guess, some information back from staff about timelines for the property being declared surplus? Are we on schedule to receive some information back from our BIA regarding the deputation's suggestions?
Through the chair to chair and committee, I would say we're not on schedule. This should have been done earlier, but COVID and a number of other factors hampered it. The existing tenants of the building, we are trying to work with them to find different locations. We are planning, I believe, in January to move the seniors out. We'd like to empty the building first before we go to an RFP process. I think we would be designing the RFP for council's approval at the same time getting the surplus declaration from council to go out to use the RFP process. So my guess is you're still several months away by the time this is all going to come back to council.
I heard several months away. I think that puts us into Q1, Q2 of 2021. So with that, we'll move along to our next deputation, and that is by Brenda Lee Engelhardt, co-chair, Linwood Arts Center Board of Management, regarding the topic proposal, Norfolk Arts Center request for funding. Do we have Brenda Lee on the line?
Hello, am I live?
You are live, and we can hear you, Brenda Lee. I will let you know when you have 1 minute remaining in your presentation. I'll remind you that you do have 5 minutes, and we'll start the clock when you begin speaking. You may present.
Thank you. I just may ask if I'm a little 30 seconds over. I hope that you'll bear with me. Chair Rabbits, Madam Mayor, and councillors and staff, thank you for the opportunity to present our board's business plan for a dynamic grassroots initiative to provide arts activities and programming at Linwood for residents and guests of Norfolk County. Now, there is a PDF that I submitted that I hope you'll be able to follow along. I'd like to take a moment to introduce members of our board, all residents of Norfolk County, several of whom have returned to Norfolk to invest in new business ventures and enjoy the lifestyle and leisure activities that Norfolk has to offer. They bring a multitude of skills to the table, ranging from business, communications, finance, community advocacy, education, fundraising, board governance, sales and marketing, leadership, project management, heritage and conservation, wealth management, and of course, a keen interest in all facets of arts and culture. Since March 2020, even with the huge disruption that COVID has imposed on all aspects of our lives, we've been pretty busy. Beginning with an open community meeting in March about the closure of the Norfolk Arts Center, We've identified a significant number of residents willing to volunteer their time for Arts Centre involvements. We've revived the Linwood Arts Centre Board of Management and recruited new board members who are willing to devote considerable time to building a solid and viable organization. We've met with county staff. We've talked to possible partners. We've initiated research into the structure and relationships of other arts centres in municipalities similar to ours. We participated in a board retreat to establish our vision and mission, values, goals, and strategic actions, out of which we developed our business plan that is in your packet. We believe the arts contribute significantly to the building of our community's character. By 2031, we see the Arts Centre facility and outreach as a dynamic gathering space, physically and virtually, where community and creativity are celebrated. By connecting with artists, guilds, and other arts organizations, we believe the Arts Centre will play a significant and supportive role in the development of creative industries within Norfolk. This can be achieved by creating a public-private partnership between Norfolk County and the Linwood Arts Centre Board of Management. We expect to achieve financial and operational sustainability through fundraising, staffing, and volunteer strategies. We want to pursue partnerships and collaborations that offer arts programming for all ages and abilities. We want to curate exhibits that showcase our highly regarded private collection, our local artists, as well as unique bodies of work from artists outside of Norfolk County. Our business plan has been created based on the following assumptions: that Norfolk County will remain the owner of the historic building which currently houses the Arts Centre, that the Arts Centre will have use of the building at no rental cost, that the Arts Centre will be responsible for regular maintenance of the building and grounds, that Norfolk County will be responsible for any capital investment required for the building, such as a possible roof repair, that Norfolk County appreciates and recognizes the need for a vibrant arts community within Norfolk and understands this involves a financial contribution, that individuals, businesses, and corporations in Norfolk County are supportive of the Arts Centre and realize the benefits of access to arts and arts programming, that Norfolk County supports a private-public partnership between Norfolk County and the Linwood Arts Centre Board of Management. 4 years ago, our board brought forward a proposal called Artscape that had the vision of creating a multifunctional and accessible environment where the community could enjoy a walk through a beautiful Carolinian garden, sit a while and contemplate the universe, or have an outdoor arts or yoga class, or a musical interlude, or an outdoor performance, or a picnic, or a small event on the patio. The possibilities are endless. The intent was to enhance the curb appeal of this historic building, connect the Arts Centre grounds to the park and trail system, in short, become a foundational pillar in the revitalization of our historic core. Unfortunately, our grant application at that time didn't fit with the Canada 150 grant criteria, but we were encouraged by Trillium to submit again. Since then, a community partner has also expressed interest in developing activities on the grounds. Moving forward, we want to continue to communicate and to collaborate with the Norfolk County staff, seeking ways to align with Norfolk County's emerging plan for sustainable development. We want to develop with you a responsible transition plan for the operations and maintenance of the Arts Centre. We want to continue to research relationships and best practices of municipalities and their arts organizations so that we can develop a plan that together works for the best, or works for Norfolk County. So I hope that there was, sorry, on my computer I didn't see the tiles, but anyway, I'm done.
Thank you, Brenda Lee, and under budget regarding your time. With that, do we have any questions for our deputation? Questions of council. Seeing Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Chair Rabbits. Through you to the deputation, have you had any success with the Trillium grant? You did mention that you were going to revisit it.
Yes, at the time we did not, because of the changes that were happening at the Arts Centre several years ago. We didn't pursue that at that time. And also, we didn't move forward with that. We would like to move forward with that if the opportunity presents itself, but I think it's more important for us to develop a strong and viable arts organization. We can work with this, the other partner that's interested, because there may be new ways for us to approach this where we may not have to apply for quite as much grant money.
Councillor Martin.
And my second question through you, Mr. Chair, to the deputation, the partner that you're referencing, is that partnership contingent on the municipality being a stakeholder with you, or is that something that the board is able to follow through on regardless of Norfolk County's position?
I can't answer that on behalf of the other partner. This is, we have not had extensive discussions with them about the grounds because we don't know about our status with regard to the property itself.
Okay, thank you very much.
Seeing Councillor Glenn, we'll see from Councillor
Thank
Taylor.
you, Mr. Chair, and Brenda Lee. Thank you for all your efforts in putting this plan together for us to consider. Perhaps 15 or more years ago, the way that this is proposed, that's how the Art Center in Simcoe used to actually operate. And then the county got involved and took parts of it over and had a couple staff members there to assist with it. So right now you're looking for $184,500 for sure to be covered for the first 3 years of operation, right? And
yes, that's the ask.
Yeah, what makes you think that it will work now the way you're proposing it compared to where the failure happened like 15 years ago? Because it's a very similar operation that you've outlined.
Councillor Columbus, I know where you see some parallels, but at the time when I came on to the Linwood Arts Centre board, we were completely private, and we needed help with the grounds. We needed help with a little bit with the building and so on. It ultimately came down to a point where the building itself was absolutely draining us, and we couldn't support an art center and a building. So there's two things that we're dealing with here. It's not just an art center, it's also a historic site, and it's a heritage asset to our community. I see that what we're proposing here to be more of a partnership as opposed to a takeover. When we turned the building over, everything over, it was completely municipally run. So the entire running it completely privately didn't work. Running it completely with municipal input didn't work. Now, I feel that the community deserves to, we need to explore a true partnership where there have been successes in other communities with their arts organizations and their municipalities. And we are looking, we've been doing research we have a list of about 20 municipalities in Ontario that are around our size where they do have arts organizations. And so we want to see what the best practice is. That's what we want to explore.
I appreciate your explanation. Thank you.
And now we'll hear from Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair Abbots, and through you, thank you, Brenda Lee, for your presentation. And I'm wondering if during the two-day retreat, the strategic planning session for the Arts Center board, if you guys were able to come up with an idea, at least, of what you think in 2031 the Arts Center's major revenue driver would be.
Through the chair to Councillor Taylor, I'm going to ask Tammy O'Dwyer, who is a professional fundraiser on our board, she may have a better sense of what that expectation could be by 2031. Tammy, are you there?
Oh, yes. Hi. Yes, I am a professional fundraiser, and I anticipate what we're going to do starting next year is put together a fulsome and diverse fundraising plan. The fundraising plan will include individual donations, corporate foundations, and legacy gifts, and being able to, gradually increase those type of donations and the community support for those for the actual art center. And by 2031, we should have a fulsome, fundraising plan underway, where we are acquiring new donors and maintaining ones that we acquire in the 10-year period.
Thank you. And what of perhaps revenues driven from the collection itself, admissions tickets, events, that sort of thing, being a large component by 2031?
It will be a component. It probably won't be the largest component. Certainly membership and admissions, there are still discussions on what that will look like, but that will be part of the discussions that we have over the next year, as well as, rental space of the building itself, and any other kind of educational programs if there's a fee for service involved. So again, it will be part of the full fundraising plan.
Okay, thank you. And Brenda, when you were answering Councillor Martin's question, you said that there was something about the board's status regarding the property that needed to be explored further before you could wholesomely answer the question. I'm just wondering what that status is, so we might be able to get an answer for you.
Well, that's a rather complex thing that I don't know if I can give a short answer to, Councillor Taylor, because of the at the time of the municipality's takeover of the property, there was an agreement, legal agreement that was put into place, and I don't want to make a lot of comments about that to just ensure that I'm not saying anything that is misleading or untrue. I leave that in the hands of the lawyers who are not here today.
That's fair.
Hooked up to this meeting.
That's fair. Thanks.
Do we have further questions of committee? All right. Oh, Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess the question I would have is, when I look at the books over the last couple of years, when it was run by the municipality, it took 350,000 taxpayer dollars, more or less, for less than 1,000 visits per year. So, if we had to charge admission, we'd be looking at $350 a pop to get in and have it self-sustaining. So what plans do you have to close that gap? Like, are you planning on increasing the number of visits in there, or reducing expenses, or what is part of the plan
here? Through the chair to Councillor Van Passen, I think it would be a multifaceted approach. Certainly, reducing expenses is a very significant component of this. As a standalone operation, where we would be doing our own hiring, where we would be doing our own contracting, where we'd be doing all of the operations and the maintenance of the facility. I think there would be savings, certainly, that we would be realizing there. And certainly in terms of visits, we would be working very hard on that. And I think we would be quite successful, because there's a lot of quite creative people who've got some great ideas. However, at this point, it's hard for us to say, because, as you know, COVID restricts what we're able to do at this point in time. But it also, on the flip side, gives us a great opportunity to do an awful lot of planning and get our ducks in a row so that when things really do open up, we'll be able to open up with a really big bang.
Further, Councillor Van Passen?
Just thank you.
Very good. Do we have further questions? Seeing none at this time, Brenda Lee, will thank you for your presentation, Ms. Engelhardt, and stay on the line in case we do have a need to come back to you. Can I have a motion to receive our deputation as information? Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Taylor. All those in favor? It is carried. With that, I'll afford an opportunity for the table to ask some questions of our staff, and we're first seeing Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the CAO, is there any allocation of budget dollars towards the Norfolk Arts Center, Linwood, at this time for the 2021 budget anywhere?
Just minimal maintenance is all that's there. It was one of the items that wasn't fully captured. So when you look at your budget document, it says not all the synergies from 2020 is captured. So we've had to, we'll have to continue on, for example, paying for the insurance of the art collection and that kind of stuff. So that will be included in the 2021 budget. It wasn't originally planned to be, though.
Okay, and second question, Mr. Chair, whoever can answer it. Do we have a cost of what it costs Norfolk County to operate the facility in one full year, like say 2018 or 2019? Do we have that cost breakdown?
We could certainly provide that to council. It was, I know we've had that provided to the Linwood Art Group. There were similar questions to that, so we can certainly dig up that information.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions of Budget Committee for staff? Councillor Taylor.
The sum being requested, would that be something that we would entertain today or have brought back to the levy budget process?
Through the chair to council, generally, I would consider this an unsolicited proposal, and there's rules around unsolicited proposals that generally, if council wants to, they can direct staff to bring a report back. It does have a budgetary implication to it, so it would have to be fed through the budget process. But the budgetary is only one issue of the whole business plan that's there. So.
And if I may interject with a question, then we'll go to Councillor Martin. Would we have sufficient time from staff's perspective to prepare such a report if it is endorsed by this council in advance of that January 6th, 7th date? Or are we to expect that that report, if endorsed by this council, would be at a later date?
My team might hate me. I think what I could suggest is we can probably provide back preliminary comments for council to consider as part of the budget process if they want to move the decision on that. Though we have to be realistic. We have a budget and a bunch of other work that's there, so it won't be my best work.
I heard a little bit of column A and a little bit of column B. We'll go to Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Chair Rabbits. Building on what you just said, even I wonder if an information memo is suitable with council. It would make no difference to me. My question to Mr. Burgess, off the top of your head, I know I'm putting you on the spot here, do you recall capital expenditures originally being slated for this year and next year on this building that have now been bumped?
Yeah, no, we were not there. We were pulling out all the capital expenditures out of that building within the 10-year forecast originally. Yeah, so if you go back to previous budgets and the 10-year forecast, there would have been capital improvements required. That was one of the decision factors for councils for the budgetary recommendation last year, was the capital requirements on that building is getting significant. So to avoid those, we were looking to surplus the property and move on from it. So
I guess what I'm getting at is, yes, there were multi-years, as in if we had have kept the building open this year, next year, the year after, and was the roof one of them? I can't recall that specifically, but
I don't remember the roof, but it could have been. I know there was some AODA compliance requirements and other maintenance there, but we'll pull that up as part of the information because it was in the last budget deck also.
Okay, with that, do we have any further questions of committee for staff? I heard that we have some direction provided by Councillor Martin. Do we have any further questions? With that, I would see it's in order to get a seconder for that direction, to receive an information memo, and to have a staff report coming back regarding the deputation's request. I saw a hand shoot up there, Councillor Taylor. Okay, we have a seconder. And can I get a vote on the direction? All those in favor? It is carried. All those opposed? Noted. So with that, we've concluded the deputation portion of our meeting. It's currently 5:30. I would like to afford a 5-minute restroom opportunity. We'll come back at 5:35 and we'll begin our staff reports. Okay?
I noticed that the hydro charges are going up by the rate of inflation. The sewage pump outs are going up by the rate of inflation, but in the real world, both of those are up a lot higher than the rate of inflation. I'm just wondering why, we're not sort of, we know what we expect that we know what the sewage rates are going up by, and it's a lot more than 2%. So I wonder why that wasn't sort of built into the proposed rates here.
Thank you for your question. So that's a very good question. Right now in our policy, we have it stated that we will use one type of inflationary increase for all fees. So we look at a number of drivers and include things like hydro and water, wastewater, and staffing costs. And we choose one inflationary rate just for ease of administration. And then we catch those items up on the year that we actually do the comprehensive review. So I do agree and recognize that those fees might be losing pace a little faster than other ones, but may I suggest that we just add those to our comprehensive review listing for earlier than our original scheduled time frame, just to make sure that we're not losing pace too quickly.
And one other question on the marinas, and I'm sorry I didn't get asked this through an email or something, but on the rate for the dockage, why do we charge by the foot rather than by the dock? Because if I'm renting out a 30-foot dock, I don't care whether the person parks a 10-foot Zodiac in there or whether he parks a 40-foot boat in there. They're using the space. And why is there a different rate, or why do we charge it by the foot?
I'm not sure if Mr. Cridland's here, but I would just speculate we have so much dockage space to use. So if we have a few smaller boats, maybe we can fit a few more boats into the section. And so that our rates are charged based on if we can fit 3 boats in, we're still receiving the same revenue as if we had 2 larger boats and they would fit into the same dock area. That's just my speculation. I'm not sure if Mr. Cridland's available or if anybody else has any comments or thoughts about that?
Well, I'm talking more about the finger docks where you can fit one boat in there. That's it. You can't park one in front of the other. So there's other side dockage that's different. I can understand that one.
Thank you, Councillor Van Passen. I'm seeing that Mayor Chop would like to respond.
That's a pretty standard issue for all marinas anywhere. You're always paying by the foot. Even if you took your boat to another country around the world. Well, I think it's meant to be, if you can afford a bigger boat, you can afford to pay a bit more for your docking slip. And if you just have a little boat, you're not encumbered at the same level of the guy that's got all the money with the big boat. If I could follow along though, Mr. Chair, with, actually I'm glad you brought up the marinas, because while on a per footage basis is normal, I thought we had discussions. I have a couple concerns. One concern was this year, I know COVID was a challenging time, but I also came to learn through the community that, if somebody didn't take their slip this season, that the deposit would be credited to next year. I think there's a significant increase in the number of people that are now owning boats, as they're not traveling out of province, out of country, and so on. So that concerns me a little bit, but also my understanding was there was a review that was going to take place with our marina user fees as well. I don't think it's appropriate that a municipality has cheaper dockage than the private businesses that we are essentially competing with and that are having to pay property taxes. And I know now for a fact that, and I thought there was even a legal requirement within that, and maybe Jason, you could comment on that.
Through the chair, I'd like to answer the question in 2 parts. So the mayor brings up a number of good questions. There was anticipated to be a competitive review on our rates, and we did some preliminary analysis. I'd like to reserve part of the question to answer in closed. because it does have some legal and competitive requirements to it. So I'd be more comfortable, and if council wishes after they receive the information to make it public, that's fine, but I'd prefer to answer the second part in closed. I will look to the clerk. I think we'd probably have to keep it within this committee before we move to CIC closed.
Very good. I just didn't see any closed session items on our agenda for the budget committee, so I'll defer to the clerk how he wants to handle that.
Through you, Chair Rabbits, the one challenge that we have is, although I'm 100% sure that Mr. Burgess knows the legal, he's not a lawyer. So if we go into closed session to get the advice, we'd probably be flying afoul.
Well, with that information, I would like to hear from our legal before we make that leap. So I see Mr. Burgess is exiting, so we can get that expert opinion. Mayor Chop, I do want to come back to you. Do you need the CAO present for your next question?
Well, no, I just think that it's something that we need to consider. So I'm wondering if it wouldn't just be as easy to defer this item, the marina user fees from the rate bylaw, and address these items when we address the pool and hockey user rates at the subsequent budget committee. And at that point in time, we can add the closed session onto the agenda. There's no urgency to do it today. Again, my concern is just simply that we haven't done the analysis. We are competing with private businesses that aren't paying taxes. And, as Councillor Van Passen pointed out, we've got a nominal inflationary rate for hydro. We've been talking since this council was elected about putting in hydro meters at the marina. People turn on their air conditioner, and when there's no consequence, they leave it running for days on end, and that's the taxpayers that are paying for that. So I think what I would like to do would be to defer the marina user fees until the subsequent budget committee when we hear the balance of the user fees.
Understood, and with that, we do have a number of items that have been deferred within staff's recommendation. Mayor Chop has suggested adding what was just discussed to that list of deferrals, which would be procedurally in order for us to receive that closed session information from our CAO, Jason Burgess. Do you have any further questions of committee regarding this report? All right, well, seeing none at this time, I think it would then be in order to receive a motion to advance staff's recommendation. It is printed on page 38 of our agenda. We are discussing CS 20-54 with the mayor's suggestion to defer those last two items. I imagine the mayor would like to move that motion, but I will ask. So moved. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Taylor. Is there any discussion? Councillor Van Passen.
I'm assuming that the mayor is adding an extra line to the staff recommendation that the entire section on the marina user fees be deferred to along with the other things to January's?
That's exactly correct. I thought that was what you indicated.
I understand the direction. Perhaps if we could have staff read back the section that has been deferred.
It would be the entirety of Port Rowan Harbor Marina and Port Dover Marina.
Thank you for that clarification. Is there any further debate or questions regarding the motion? Seeing none at this time, I would like to call the question. All those in favor? So carried. With that, we'll move on to our next staff report, which is item 5B on our agenda, staff report CS 20-57, proposed 2021 rate operating budget revised. I'm just looking through my agenda. Do we have Tyler or Lucas present to present this report?
Thank you, Chair Roberts. Yes, Tyler Wade, our financial analyst, cash management, will present the report this evening as follow-up to our rate budget deliberation. So I'll pass it to Tyler.
Thank you, Shelley. So through the chair to the committee, it's been 2 weeks since we spent the morning and early afternoon together, and this report serves to report back on the outcomes from that meeting and then seek approval for the 2021 rate operating budget. So there were three kind of directions, two main revisions from the meeting. So we have reduced the special capital charge from 2% to 1% and reduced rates equitably by 1% across all rates. So whether it's billing revenues, special charges for bulk water or wastewater, and also even there's about $20,000 we've reduced in the fire recovery, which shows up in the levy. So we have done that and reduced the reserve transfer by about $251,000 to offset the reduced revenue. So that we have completed. The second request was to abandon the harmonized rate structure for the hauled waste charges, but we maintained the pools to not affect user charges for other groups. And we have done that. So you will see on page 2 of the report, page 82 of your package, that the holding tank rate has, when we split it, we wanted to honor the strength ratios of septic tank being 10 times as strong as residential waste and holding tank being 2 times as strong as residential waste. So when we split the dollars, we create a holding tank decrease in rate of 19%, and the septic tank rate goes up 44%. I know seeing a 44% increase can kind of maybe make you question, but that's respecting the rate, the strength ratios, and actually creates an equitable charge when you look at the annual amount as we were looking. And this uses a 90-10 holding tank septic tank ratio. One other point of note regarding equitability, I think it's important to note, so the revenue pool that we're using for hauled waste of $186,000 is flat to last year. So while the billing requirements are going up 6%, we're actually holding the revenue pool through the rate model. So that we've also done, and we feel it's now aligning the rates for the long term and being a holding tank user, bringing the rate more in line with what their strain on the system is. And just to summarize, so we've maintained the rate relief of $3.045 million, reducing from about 14 points from the 21 to the 7 originally presented. And then with the extra 1% reduction in the special capital charge, gives us a total rate requirement of $22,207,700, or a 6.1% increase. And if you look the impact on the users in table 1, you'll see the average residential user now has an increase per month of about $6.06, 6.6%, and then the commercial and industrial are slightly under the 6 to blend to the 6%. And just one last point of note, in the final rate study attachment 2, we have assumed that the 1% special capital charge that was reduced this year is added back in 2022. As we outlined in the presentation at the rate budget, large infrastructure funding gap, and with our rate relief strategy, we have less flexibility, so we felt it was appropriate to build that back in. But obviously, it was done for illustrative purposes in the model, and when we review rates next year, it's absolutely at council's discretion on how that will be handled. So I think that's covered all the main points, but just quickly to touch on the user fees. We went through it at the budget meeting, but they also are including a 2% inflationary increase, except for there's a new group, the new water meter installation fee, which we, in consultation with Public Works and discussion, we felt it was appropriate to build that in. And in the motion, you will see that we are looking to build it effective May 1st to give adequate time to the development community to implement this. So we feel it's absolutely the right way to go, but we wanted to give them enough warning to build it into contracts and whatnot. So that is the report. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to address.
Thank you, Mr. Wayne. I saw Mayor Chop did raise her hand.
Well, I was the one with Councillor Van Passen that moved to split after hearing the deputation, the holding tank and septic back out. I have to say, I do that, you know, I certainly was against staff's recommendations. And when you see the numbers, now I can see why, as you see a spike in septic rates of 44%. So that makes me a little bit nervous as we, you know, the reason other municipalities do that is so there's no incentive for anybody to game the system. But I will say, as we revisit this item next year, that I will be looking to be assured that the holding tank and septic ratios that we're seeing coming into the plants are the same, if not more, on the seeing a higher septic side of things and better reporting coming in. Otherwise, you know, we need to revisit the issue again next year.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Do we have questions, further questions of committee? Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be watching those numbers as well because, you know, we were well versed this year that holding tanks cost double to process what the regular sewage does. So 2.169 times 2 equals 12.03. Septic is 10 times as expensive, so 10 times 2.169 equals 60.13. So I'm going to have to go back to school a little bit and do my gazintas and learn how to do math better. So I'll be watching it next year as well, Madam Mayor.
Thank you for both of those comments. I'm not seeing staff trying to get my attention to respond, so we'll take that under advisement. Do we have a response from staff?
Sorry, just one point to that note. I think it's important to note, within the plant, there are specific capital requirements for receiving this waste, right? Hauled waste, so leachate, septic, and holding tank waste. So that, for equitability, that charge has to get built into the rate as well. And also, the consumption rate is just handling operations, but the hauled waste is using its share of the plant as well. So you have to build in the facilities charge at double the rate. And that's how we get from the lower rates you see on residential up to what we see on the holding and septic.
Thank you. And do we have further questions of committee? Seeing none at this time, we'll now move to receive a motion. We do have one prepared for us on page 84 of our agenda. Do we have someone that would like to move staff's recommendation or propose an alternative? Seeing Councillor, seeing, all of a sudden I'm drawing a blank here. Seeing Councillor Dyson's, I'm not used to you sitting over there, is moving staff's recommendation. Do we have a seconder? Seeing Councillor Taylor. With that, is there further discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? It is carried. Now, our last staff report is recommended to be received as information, so I'd just like to remind Council of that fact as it pertains to levy-supported operating budget. With that, we're at item 5C of our agenda, Staff Report CS 20-51, 2021 Levy-Supported Operating Budget Options. And is our CAO presenting this? We're going to our finance team.
Thank you, Chair Roberts. I think we'll start, and if there's a need for the CEO to jump into some questions, that would be great. Megan Souls, the Manager of Financial Planning and Reporting, will present this information report to committee this evening. However, before Megan gets started, I would like to thank staff in the Finance Department for their continued leadership and work on the budget process, and certainly thank the members of the county's department leadership team and senior leadership team for their continued collaboration and ideas that they brought forward as part of this report, and certainly in advance of January's budget deliberations. And as mentioned by Chair Roberts, this is for information purposes only tonight. So I'll pass it over to Megan for the formal presentation.
Thank you, Shelley.
Through the chair to members of the Budget Committee and public. Report CS 2051 is an information-only report. I believe that's the third time now you just heard that. Meaning the intent of this report is not for decision today, but to provide an update on the estimated 2021 levy-supported increase as well as introduce options as identified by SLT. Last year, Norfolk County's operating budget increased by more than 12%. While staff have found a number of costs and operational savings this year, we estimate our budget increase for 2021 will be 13%. This 13% does include the 2% special capital levy. There are a number of factors that impact our budget which are beyond our control, such as fixed costs associated with utilities and insurance, the costs of borrowing to maintain infrastructure, and contractual obligations. With all these factors in mind, members of the department leadership team met in October for one day to identify options for savings and efficiencies. These options were summarized and brought to SLT for review. Attachment 1 to this report includes options proposed by the SLT for inclusion in the 2021 budget. If all of these options were implemented, the expected increase would still be 8.7%. As such, additional, more difficult options were identified to reach the budgetary guidance of 0. These are included in attachments 3 and 4 of the report. For clarification, it should be noted that the salary costs outlined in attachment 4 include both salaries and benefits. All of the options included in the attachments to this report were done based on high-level reviews. More detailed analysis is underway and will be included in the proposed 2021 levy-supported operating document, along with more details on the levy relief strategy. Staff are currently looking at more options, which will be presented in January if more savings are identified. Lastly, in recognition that a continuous effort will be required to balance affordability, service levels, and sustainability, a listing of options to pursue in 2021 for 2022 have been identified and included in attachment 2 of the report. These are suggestions that were identified during the option day, but require more analysis and research before implementation. With that, we would be happy to answer any questions you may have on the report.
Thank you. And questions of committee regarding the report? Mayor Chop.
Not so much a question, but just maybe a further consideration before the next budget meeting. You know, we have so many committees and advisory groups, and at some of them, you know, I've seen 3 and 4 staff members even, but at a minimum, there's, you know, printing the agenda, posting that, recording the minutes from the clerk's department, posting those. There's a significant amount of staff time that goes into, there must be at least 20 committees, I would say. And so, you know, 20 committees, each one, you know, we've seen usually goes a couple hours a piece, plus all the work that goes, again, in from staff on the front end and on the back end. So I'm just wondering if we might be able to, again, at the budget committee, at the next meeting, look at that as one of the options as well, and how much staff time that accounts for, and if there's a way to, you know, either eliminate or maybe even just change the terms for these committees where they become simply a working group that can present their own, you know, recommendations directly to council as opposed to being through the clerk's department. So again, just a suggestion as we're looking for savings before the next meeting.
Thank you for that, Mayor Chop. I think that direction is well received and doesn't actually require an official motion or a vote. We can take that back to Budget Committee, and staff and I and the Vice Chair will discuss that, preparing the agenda. Do we have any further questions or comments of committee? Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Chair Rabbits. Through you to staff. So is the plan that we will be provided with all of these options in depth at a later date and dig into them further, or should we be asking some detailed questions of each of them now? What's the best way to go about this? Granted, it's just to be received as information, but or when can we expect more information to come forward about these options?
Through the chair to Councillor Martin. Yeah, the intent was this was part of the process that was designed to provide increased public input into the options being considered. Staff will be, you know, the budget is still a work in progress. Staff will be preparing business cases for each of these. In the budget recommendations going forward, which will come out fairly shortly next week, The recommendations will differ from this, but these are the kind of the world of options we're looking at this point in time. And we will prepare different business cases for different ones. Obviously, the large one on the back, attachment 4, we weren't getting as detailed analysis on some of those because they might not be recommended by staff, but we can certainly, we'll be doing more homework on each of those.
Very good, thank you. And I'll look forward to that conversation. I think what our council will need is a clear indication as to which proposals are being endorsed and recommended by staff and which ones are not. So that is something that we can look forward to for clarification. Are there any further questions of committee regarding this report? Seeing none, do I have a mover to accept the report as information? Councillor Huffman. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Michelli. Are there any further discussion or questions on the topic? Seeing none, we'll move to a vote. All those in favor? So carried. We've made it to the general announcements portion of our meeting. Before I go around the table, I just would like to announce that we have traditionally had a media opportunity concluding our budget meetings, but due to the length of our CIC this evening, I believe that it's going to be a late one for us here. So with that, I would like to forego the media opportunity. The scrum would be happening quite late at night, and I don't think it's fair to our staff members that will be hanging in there to the bitter end to be answering questions at that time. So we'll forego our media scrum this evening due to the length of our agenda. You have our contacts, those in the media. They'd be happy to respond and get you some information before your tight deadlines tomorrow morning. So with that, do we have any general announcements from the table? I guess these would be general announcements as they pertain to our budget process. None, and again, we have a lengthy agenda to get through. I would like to have a motion to adjourn our budget meeting. It's about 6:12 p.m. Seeing Mayor Chop, do we have a seconder? Councillor Taylor. All those in favor of adjournment? So carried. With that, I'll turn the chair back to Chair Michelli and take it away there, Chair Michelli. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Budget Chair Rabbits. We will reconvene our council and committee meeting at staff report PD 20-73 regarding the Norfolk County Economic Recovery Task Force update. I understand, am I correct that Brandon, you'll be presenting this report?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, we're just seeing if we can get things up on the screen. So, because we also have our Director of Strategic Innovation and Economic Development, Zvi, and Chris Garwood as well with us. So, just if we can't get the full screen up and running, then we'll just have to do it from the laptop here. Can I ask that if the clerk could have the presentation up? And then we could take control. If not, then how about I will share the screen. Okay, so through the chair, on behalf of the Economic Recovery Task Force, we're presenting an innovative plan to help different business sectors that have been impacted by the pandemic. The plan reflects a balance of input from task force members and provides ideas that were put forward from other stakeholders like the BIAs, the chambers, and supports some of council's strategic priorities. The initial task force that was appointed through council includes representation from the agricultural community, performing arts, academic, and other sectors. We expect that next year we're going to establish some subcommittees so that we can have even broader representation. We've had a lot of interest in this group and pursuing items for economic recovery actions. Chris Garwood has been the staff lead, and he's done a great job of getting the task force meeting monthly since the summer. We would like to thank the task force members for their efforts. Many are listening in. Unfortunately, our chair, Carl Atkinson, could not be with us in person for part of the presentation tonight, but I believe he is listening in right now and has provided us with some commentary and support for this. Task force has identified that it's really important for us to have a plan with immediate actions that can be adaptable if things change and to help build our resiliency. And so with that, we'll turn it to the plan itself. So the plan is, we have it in 4 groupings. And the first aspect is by Norfolk. So these actions, some of which are in progress, some of these are new programs, but the category is by Norfolk. You may have seen some advertising that has already been started for the shopping local campaigns. We're looking at online marketplace. We have this thing called a digital services squad, which is a successful grant that we have to help some businesses get set up on the digital Main Street, an online platform to help with sales. We're looking at things such as into 2021, what can we do about covered and heated patios? You know, how can we extend the season? Another aspect of the plan is a category called Build Norfolk. So these actions are looked at, what can we do to keep the continued growth of the business sector and development in the community going? We've heard loud and clear, and I'm sure that you have over time, that even a lot of these actions and things, we can't do it without great internet service. So rural internet is by far and above one of the highest topics that the task force discussed, that we need to do whatever we can to advocate that, and members of council are involved in that to an extent. There's also some items that we have begun to help with supporting developers and businesses to move forward with development applications or permits or licensing. So there are some supporting tools that we were looking to do as part of our work program next year about development standards and checklists, and some videos and ways that we can update our information to help with better customer service and streamline processes. The task force was quite adamant that that is something we should continue on to keep our development industry moving. We're also looking at something about a Norfolk collaborative, more of a support services for entrepreneurs and learning from each other and having some mentorship within the community. We're looking at infrastructure priorities. The interurban water supply is going to be very important for future growth and development. And also our industrial business park that we have to move forward with new industrial jobs. The third category of the actions is Innovate Norfolk. So these actions, we are looking at coming up with some digital collaborations, working with some partners on how we can do training and workshops for some of the folks within the community and businesses on helping with communication skills and resiliency, etc. Another item is about information portal. We've had a lot of requests from businesses that just want, like, what is one-stop shop central information and resources for updates and things that are happening about relief programs, funding, what are the COVID impacts? And our fourth and final program is really focused on some immediate recovery and getting to some of those sectors that we've heard loud and clear need some action and some attention right now. And so we're proposing a downtown stimulus fund. We do have plans for, ultimately doing secondary plans and more longer range plans for some of the downtown areas. But to be honest, there's things we should be doing right now. And we know that the stakeholders in these areas want to do things right now. And those are the areas that need some attention. So we're proposing to have a fund for that we could partner on some of these ideas and bring those forward to the task force. The arts and culture, we definitely need to support this group. They've been very hard hit by the pandemic. There are some resilient members in this category that are going above and beyond to hold safe events and keep things going. This is a group that we believe needs some support next year and beyond. Along with the agricultural industry, I know they're obviously hit by what's happened economically and with the pandemic. And so we're seeing what can we do at the local level to find some help and support. And so some items have come up of it. Are there ways to do labor sharing or transportation sharing that can help with that? We're also looking at the tourism aspect of things and what we can do for incentives to help with getting overnight accommodations, because the staying in Ontario and stay local is going to be pretty big next year. So with that, what we've identified to date is that with these different categories and establishing some of the funds and actions, we've had to prioritize to this point as to where we're at. We have been successful with some provincial and federal grants to date, but we are going to need to put together a multi-pronged approach to look for what can Norfolk identify as a strategic investment that we can then leverage with other partners, go to other sponsors, and utilize that to put forward to other grant submissions with the province and the federal government that might be coming up. And so with that, to help with our conclusion, there's a number of these actions that we still need to investigate the feasibility of. They're fairly new. We're looking for some viable solutions. We're establishing a framework whereby the task force can take ideas that are going to come up even next year, and we're going to explore some of those opportunities, explore the partnerships, but most importantly, we need to take action. So some of the actions are identified as short term, some are going to be medium, and then some are going to take a little bit more time to germinate, and they're going to dovetail with some of our other economic development strategies that we have. And we do fully expect that throughout next year that we have the ability to adapt and be flexible and have future updates to the plan. So that is the conclusion of our economic recovery plan that we put forward on behalf of the task force. And we have Zvi and Chris and myself here. We may have to use the laptop to share that to help answer any questions, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Brandon. Are there any questions of committee? Mayor Chop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Brandon, for the report, and certainly to the Economic Recovery Task Force. I have a couple questions. The first one, when I read the report, that really jumped out at me because I thought it was such an amazing rally of our community in the Port Dover Lions, was the fact that really it was the Port Dover Lions that did the sign project in Port Dover, was it not?
Yeah, through the chair, to be honest, we weren't really able to do very much on that sign, and so the Lions Club took the lead and they did the bulk of the work. And it turns out in the end that through the one of the funds that we have, the RRRF fund, we were able to contribute some funds towards that. The Lions Club did the bulk of it. We kind of put it in there. It's an example of what we're going to have to do from our economic development standpoint, and with this plan, that we're going to have to rely on other partners, other collaborators. They're going to have to help take on projects, and Norfolk's going to be one of the contributors.
Well, I'm glad to hear you say that, because I think that, that was an amazing example of how the gateway signage should be handled, and that the Lions, I commend them for stepping up to do that, and that's great that in the end, that there was a little bit of funding that they were able to access for that project. But when I read an economic development report, and this isn't the first time I've seen this, and we've been here for a couple of years, and you're just new. And gateway signage is the focus. I have to ask, is that really, I mean, that to me is something that groups like the Lions should be doing. Is that really an economic development driver?
Yeah, through the chair, it wasn't necessarily meant to be a focus. It just happened that we wanted to include some items to illustrate how we can leverage things, but also getting some of the funding and that some action is happening, including by the community. It's, yeah, I think we'll leave it at that.
Okay, it just, I bring it up just because, you know, that was something that we actually had cut from the budget because we all believed there was better value to spend with our dollars than, you know, the thousands that we spent on the signage into Simcoe. So, you know, following along on that then, for some of these programs that you're recommending through the Economic Recovery Task Force, you know, I don't really think there's a KPI for the signs likely that we can use, but are we going to look at, you know, developing some KPIs for these programs so that we know and the taxpayer knows that the programs that, you know, they're spending tax dollars on are actually driving results?
Yeah, through the chair, we are looking at some of the key performance indicators and how the task force can help with monitoring progress on the plan, and I'll turn it to Zvi to help supplement that.
Thanks, Brandon. Through the chair, certainly the intent is to develop KPIs. We have started looking at what KPIs could look like. We will have to flesh those out once we've developed specific projects and agreed on what those specific initiatives are. Certainly, if I could just reiterate what Mrs. Sloan said, the gateway sign was an example of some of the recovery funding that had been secured by staff and how that was deployed, but is not an indication of the economic recovery plan developed by the task force. We just wanted to show that other things have been happening at the same time, but certainly the economic recovery task force plan and items in here would include hard KPIs, and in fact, the plan was developed with outcomes in mind. It wasn't developed with the idea of let's do things and count how many times we've done it. Let's do things with the thought of how do we measure the outcome and the impact. So to answer your question, absolutely yes.
Thanks, Zvi. So just to follow along with that then, so we're going to have some KPIs to determine, you know, what programs drove results, and if they didn't drive any results, then hopefully, you know, we can change that moving forward. But one of the biggest concerns I have when I read the report, and Brandon, I have to commend you on your comment you made about, you know, less about the studies right now and more about, you know, plans that are actually actionable here and now. You know, but when I read the you know, the suggestions through the Economic Recovery Task Force, first of all, you know, asking for $250,000, I'm a little concerned that if we don't get the funding, how are you going to rank, first of all, it's a two-part question, but how are you going to rank the initiatives that are in there? And I guess the second part to the question would be, you know, when I look at the extensive list that is there, I am concerned that it's actually too overwhelming, and I don't think that we have the internal resources, you know, to be able to accomplish all of those activities. So again, that comes back onto the ranking and how, you know, which ones do we determine are the high value activities, and you know, are we going to be able to move away and maybe, you know, partner with some industry partners and be able to offload some of those?
Through the chair, those are questions that we've been contemplating as well. As the committee and council knows, we do have very limited resources within the economic development unit, and so there is some concern that we may not have a lot of person power for these items. We are looking at you know, the ability of whether or not we could have some support. Some things might be okay with some student support or contract out, but really we are going to need some of the community partners to step up. We've had some initial discussions with some, Some of these are programs that we're going to be looking at prioritizing anyway as part of the staff program. We will probably have to work with the task force to help us on prioritization if there is funding shortages, and to also help them, to have them help us with looking at pursuing other funding opportunities. We're kind of at that point where we need to indicate some level of support and commitment to, the local businesses and the local economy if we're going to go out and ask others to support, including other levels of government.
Any other questions of committee? Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The idea of a downtown stimulus fund is something that I think we've been talking about for years, but there's definitely a need for that. But I wonder if you've put any thought into, like, not just the urban area downtowns, but maybe the downtown in a hamlet, which would be one store in some of them, like the big City of Walsh Station. Cherwatties is there, out on by Pine Grove. They're suffering bad, the little mom and pop stores in the middle of nowhere. And have you put any thought into any potential sort of help that we could throw out that way? I'm not sure. I haven't come up with any, but there's smarter people than me that can maybe think of something. I wonder if you've put any thought into that.
Through the chair, it's a very good question, and I was thinking of this as I was going around the county recently, even in places in Cortland and in Fairgrounds and other spots. I certainly see the ability to do something there that could help with some economic impact, and also to help with some of the creating a good sense of place there. We haven't had anything come forward that was directly for those areas or from those areas in the initial consultation that we did. But having said that, it is our intent next year to do further consultation and more widespread with the public and with other partners and businesses, and have more ideas come forward. So I like that as an idea as well. It may not fit right under the downtown stimulus fund, but we're hoping we could, adapt the plan should those come forward.
Councillor Hoffman.
Thank you, Chair Michelle. Through you to Brandon and Zvi. Just wondering how much of the arts how much emphasis on the arts was placed in terms of this economic and recovery task force?
Yeah, through the chair, we do have representative on the task force of the performing arts community, and that individual was quite active, and it's something that myself and our staff team brought forward as well. Like, from an economic and even a planning perspective, we love doing events. Those things generate so much activity and spin-off for businesses. We're itching and wanting to get back to that. And so we're looking forward to how things can be adjusted in a current, still COVID world, but even into the future as we come out. So that's partly why we're proposing the Arts and Culture Recovery and Resiliency Fund. And then local groups can come forward and provide their requests, and we can evaluate that through the task force. So yes, it was pretty important and well talked about at the task force.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Martin.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff, I'm wondering if you can comment on any surpluses from your budget this past year, and why the Council Initiative Reserve is a good choice to pull from.
Sure, through the chair, and look to fellow colleagues to help supplement. So through a lot of the changes that happen in the economic development team, there at the end of the year, we do expect to have a surplus operating. We have been able to find some savings. We've had one individual that's done a heck of a lot of work throughout the year to hold things together, to be honest. And we have had some savings. There was some initial money that was put aside for some contracting of services and to help reevaluation of our tasks. Since V's been on, the two of us and with Chris, we've been the ones that are looking at what services we provide, and we hope to come forward in the new year with kind of our strategic priorities. The surplus savings basically from this year go in, my understanding, to the general coffers, and that helps with our position. Next year, we do have a small amount that could potentially be used for contracting some resource to help with some of these actions and all of the other things that our economic development group does. Now, on the other item, the other question was about why the Council Strategic Initiative Fund. And we, I think, are put forward a recommendation as an option for Council to consider. If this is a priority for the community and for Council, we kind of think that, you know, if there is a strategic initiative, if there is a somewhat rainy day fund, a pandemic surely is that. And putting forward our economic recovery is something that is an option for consideration.
Thank you, Brandon. I'll just weigh in here a little bit right now. You're answering the question about the funding coming from the Council Initiative Reserve, and you are quite right. When we established that fund, we set out what I thought were some pretty strict guidelines about it being a rainy day fund, and I'm not sure that right now, without some real hard KPIs for us to sort of measure the success of this, that this may qualify for that, but I do agree that in a pandemic it's certainly worth consideration. I believe our CIO has something he would like to add as well.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair on, with regards to the matter. We're moving away as an organization that departments handle their surpluses individually within the departments. We're putting it to a corporate view because there are corporate priorities that could overweigh departmental responsibility. You'll see in your report later tonight, there's almost a $1 million hit to the levy for a correction, and that's coming out of all the savings that this county has generated. So we're moving away from departments, managing their pluses and minuses to make sure it's more of a strategic element. The reason the recommendation was not to come out of that departmental one and to look at a sustainable funding source. The approved recovery plan is a multi-year plan and would require a multi-year funding source for funding any recommendations that come out from the committee. So council would have to make a choice of whether they'd want to levy specifically for the economic recovery items or use the fund that is there for their strategic items, which has already been levied for. So council could make that choice to levy specifically for those plans in advance. We looked at the report is there to look at the 2020, the remaining funds within the 2020 council strategic fund, because it hasn't been fully spent. So the intent was to use that as part of the fund for this project and then look at other funding sources going forward. Hopefully that explains the rationale.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. Any other questions from committee? So Van Passen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was going to be my question, whether that request for the $250,000 was for 2020 so they can actually get started as quickly as possible. And if that was the case, that makes perfect sense, because I think that there's, $840,000 still left in that reserve. We haven't done much with it. And that would get the ball rolling, and the quicker we can do it, the better it would be for the economy and for the people in Norfolk County. And when it comes budget time, we can have the bigger discussion on where the money comes from for 2021. So I would support the staff recommendation to start the ball rolling out of that council initiative fund.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One more question to staff. Is there a vacancy on the task force member until October 2020? Are we looking?
Through the chair, yes. We had one member that was no longer able to continue. So for 2021, we'll be looking at our composition of how we move forward with the task force, but importantly subcommittees as well, because we've heard from a lot of folks in the community about involvement. So we're going to put forward to the task force what we can look at for subcommittee representation.
Thank you. And one more, Mr. Chair. Are these meetings web streamed, televised, put on YouTube? Is there a way for the public to chime in, participate, and see what's going on the task force without a press release going out? Or how can we get more participation and more interest from the public as this program hypes up?
Through the chair, and we'll take that under advisement. We have been working on how we can do regular updates through the webpage when we have our task force meetings. We are doing some media releases, but then if we can post the key results on our website and send out messages to those that have subscribed. We've had pretty good coverage so far through the media who's been part of some of the initial meetings. And we're open to seeing how we can further get the information out there. To be honest, the group is kind of really was set to task right away with what are our infrastructure needs, what can we do? And so now we're starting to get the message out there. So thanks for the suggestions.
Are there any other questions from committee? Councillor Columbus?
Yeah, the Economic Development Department was gutted pretty heavy a year or so ago. Are there any other positions to be filled in economic development?
Through the chair, currently no.
Thank you.
I'm not seeing any other questions from committee. Is there anyone who would like to move the staff report? I believe Councillor Van Passen indicated he would do so. I have a seconder, Councillor Rabbits. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Our next staff report is CS 20-47 regarding the 2021 insurance program renewal. I believe Shelley will be presenting this report. Am I correct, Shelley?
Thank you, Chair Michelli. I'm pleased to introduce Angela Pappas, the County Supervisor of Risk Management, and she's going to take the lead on presenting tonight's report for us. Angela?
Thank you, Shelley, and thank you, Chair Michelli. This staff report has been prepared to present and advise Council on the anticipated costs relating to the 2021 insurance program renewal with Frank Cowan Company. Norfolk County's general insurance program operates on an annual basis and it's renewable on January 1st of each year. Frank Cowan presented the renewal program to county staff and advised the 2021 total annual premium renewal would be $1,821,000 plus applicable taxes. This represents a 16.8% increase from the 2020 premiums, and Schedule B was attached to the report showing the breakdown by policy coverage line. The increase in premiums for the 2021 insurance program compared reasonable to many other municipalities, as many of them have experienced more significant increases during the 2020 and 2021 policy terms. These increases are mostly due to the escalating frequency of joint and several liability claims, increased award settlements, increased frequency and scope of global environmental disasters as a result of climate change, as well as inflationary increases. All of these have contributed to the smart insurance market that's been previously mentioned, as well as the results of COVID-19, which still remain to be fully seen in the insurance industry. Staff considered offsetting the premium increase through higher self-insured retention limits, and we did consult the findings from RSM Consulting Canada Consulting, who just recently completed a full actuarial analysis on the county's self-insurance reserve fund this past summer, the findings of which were presented to Council on August 18th through Report CS 2012. These deductible considerations are presented in Attachment C as well. Staff are recommending approval of the renewal and the recommendations made within Attachment C. And with that, we would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Angela. Any questions of committee? Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have one question on the automobile insurance coverage that we have. Like that's $141,000, but I read in some of the background stuff that we have full replacement cost coverage on all our vehicles. And I'm wondering if they ever looked into, rather than replacement cost coverage, that they go to the depreciated value type of coverage? And would there be any savings in the premiums that way?
Through the chair, I'm not sure if we have considered this in the past. I am aware that our current insurance coverage based on replacement cost, there were some changes made to the new policy to be more in line with standard insurance industry policy coverages for replacement cost coverage. Our prior insurance policy covered replacement cost coverage in the event of a total loss, regardless of whether the county purchased vehicles used or new. Now it's more in line with typical industry standard. The insured has to purchase a vehicle new in order to get a replacement cost coverage, and there's only a certain limit within which that coverage applies. After that, it defaults to actual cash value coverage.
Any other questions of committee? And seeing none. Is there a mover of the staff recommendation? Mayor Chop, thank you. And a seconder, Councillor Columbus. All those in favor? Carried. Next, we have staff report CS 20-48 regarding the unsolicited proposal for insurance services optional group home and auto insurance. And again, Shelley, I believe you were giving us that report.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Shelley. I think Angela is going to go ahead and present this report as well.
Thank you again, Chairman Shelley. So this report was to provide an update to Council on the optional group home and auto insurance program that is available for county staff and retirees through Tri-County Morrison Insurance. On October 15th of last year, Council approved an exception to the county's code of conduct policy to permit an unsolicited proposal for Tri-County Morrison Insurance to offer employees and retirees an optional group home and auto insurance program. As outlined in the report, staff entered into an agreement with Tri-County Insurance for an initial 1-year term, and the CAO at the time agreed to an annual renewal term for up to 3 years. Tri-County Insurance has reported that their sales team has placed many employees and retirees in their program, and they've also been able to help others who, for one reason or another, did not qualify for this specific program, but they were able to save money on their home and auto insurance with one of the other carriers that Tri-County Insurance does business with. The initial term of this agreement is coming to an end on December 31st, and staff are recommending an additional 1-year exception so as to prevent Tri-County Insurance the opportunity to continue to offer employees and retirees the optional program. And with that, staff would be pleased to answer any questions that council may have as well.
Thank you, Angela. Any questions of committee? Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I see in the recommendation that you're recommending that they not exercise the 3rd-year option. I'm wondering why we wouldn't sort of not take that at this time, but review that next year before the end of the 2nd year of the term. Is there some logic behind that?
Through the chair, thank you for your question, Councillor Passon. One of the challenges that staff has is with respect to the exception provided for this program to the Code of Conduct, and also with respect to our purchasing policy. Our purchasing policy does indicate that unsolicited proposals are only valid for up to 1 year. And so certainly if this is something that council would like to continue on with, the thought process with not extending it for a third-year term would be simply to seek council's approval if they'd like to go forward with this exception and this type of program, and then we would put it out to market at no cost to the county, certainly, but to any other individuals who would be interested in providing this program to staff or retirees, again, at no cost to the county, just to be more open and transparent in our procurement process.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions of committee? Seeing none, do I have a mover of the staff recommendation? Councillor Taylor, second, Councillor Huffman. All those in favor? And that is carried. Our next staff report is CS 20-49 regarding the summary of bid awards for the period ending November 17, 2020. And Shelley, I believe that you are introducing this one as well.
Thank you, Chair Michelle. I will go ahead and present this report this evening. The bid results identified in this request have been developed and issued in accordance with Norfolk County's purchasing policy and procedures, and the recommended bidders have been proposed on the basis of having submitted the lowest compliant bid that meets the minimum specifications. Both bids require a budget amendment to be approved, and the request for tender for the medium-duty rescue mobile command unit is recommended to be funded by debentures. Staff are seeking approval for the respective general manager to execute contracts with the successful bidders. A detailed summary of each request has been outlined in attachment A of the report, and a companion memo has been provided by Chief Stillwell, who is also on the call this evening, as it relates to the fire vehicle. I do believe that we have General Manager Bill Cridlin and we have General Manager Jason Godby on tonight's call if there's any specific questions related to either of these bid requests. And with that, we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Shelley. Questions of committee? Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have some issues with this report. We just had a recommendation from our Economic Recovery Task Force about buying local. And then I read through this report, and we have the lowest bidder at $43,840, and we got a local company that is like 1 kilometer from our public works yard who is $410 more. Okay, that's following policy, but I look at the bigger picture of things when the local contractor, the business, has supplied us with these mowers in the past. You're buying like for like. It's actually a good thing with your employees for health and safety reasons to use the same type of equipment. All the controls are in the same place. You know, they're used to driving them. The proposed mowers that we're getting, a Jacobson and a Skag, as opposed to the Kubotas that Norfolk Tractor sells, if they ever break, which, well, they wear out and you need replacement parts, the replacement parts are at minimum double on those type of mowers as what they are on the standard brands that our local supplier brings. There's a lot of logic to say, well, we're going to buy it from the local guy who's 1 kilometer down from the yard, who sells the replacement parts cheaper and the blades cheaper, rather than buying it from out of town for twice as much money. So in less than a year's time, just to replace the blades, you will have saved the difference in the two tenders. And I wonder, you know, is it in total violation of some law or our purchasing policies to buy local with a reputable dealer that we've dealt with for many years in the past and is supplying what I personally consider a better grade of equipment, even though they both meet the standards. But the replacement part costs are much lower on the local one than from the outside bidder. So I'm sure somebody could answer that question for me, but I would much prefer to not take the recommendation and change it.
Thank you, through Chair Michelle, to Councillor Van Passen. Local preference is certainly a question that we often get from a procurement perspective. It is against several different statutes and laws and public procurement practices. And I would respectfully suggest that if council does want to go down this path of local preference, that some legal advice in closed session is provided to council.
Could, Mr. Chairman. I'm not suggesting that we take the local contractor because he's a local contractor. I'm suggesting we take it because it's a better equipment. Our staff are used to that type of equipment. The replacement parts are a whole lot cheaper, and in the term of the life of this equipment, it'll be a lot better to buy that version of the mower rather than the off-brands that the other supplier is suggesting for our use.
Sorry, through the chair, just to respond. What staff can do, local preference, as Shelley has outlined, or Mr. Arlington has outlined, is against several rules. What we can do in the future, at the end of the day, is it a compliant bid to the tender that was provided? If those conditions and factors which you're outlining, such as replacement part cost, were not factored into the tender, it cannot be factored into the decision. You have to award based upon the criteria in the RFP document. What staff can do is when they look to redesign some of these tenders, they could put, for example, a sample bundle of replacement parts and have those included as part of the evaluation process for that. But if the tender was designed in a particular manner, it's very strict. You have to award based upon that and not put in other factors that weren't in the tender document as part of the decision-making process. So staff can take that away to look at additional costs associated with equipment as potential consideration for future procurements.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. Any other questions of committee? Mayor Chop.
Mine's on the fire truck side of things. Gord, I think you can confirm, is there something like just 76,000 kilometers on that truck?
On the Port Dover, the current truck that's in Port Dover?
Correct.
Yeah, it's 17,000 kilometers.
17,000 kilometers.
That's correct.
So we're replacing, you're asking for a capital budget amendment for, what's that, 175,000, I think it was, somewhere around there, for a truck that only has 17,000 kilometers on it?
That's correct. And the kilometers, they don't truly reflect the use on the vehicle, because as we, when a truck is responding out, they respond to the incident, and then the use of the vehicle is in a stationary position. So it's, you know, if it's pumping or if it's using power for extrication for motor vehicle collisions, it's set up like fire apparatus are operated in the same manner as, you know, as a generator. Say a generator, it sits there, it doesn't travel a lot of long ways, but its use is done in a stationary position.
So is there an issue then, you're saying, that if we defer this truck? And then what happens if the next truck that we need to buy is also over budget?
So the issues that we're concerned with is, as we get, the truck is in its 21st year of service, so the reliability of it responding out of the haul, and these trucks and all fire apparatus, they're a lot different than a commercial truck that's on the road hauling things, you know, commercially, because fire truck is set to sit fully loaded at its full rated capacity, When it's called out, we get in, we run it to its full capacity to the scene. Unlike, other things that are driving up and down the roads, we go directly to where we have to go, and the use of the apparatus is done in a stationary position. So the fear, not the fear, but the concern is as we get into these years, and it's been, we've seen it and documented it, that after we get over the 20-year life cycle, the reliability of the vehicle to be able to get out of the fire hall into an emergency scene starts to decrease dramatically.
And I guess, well, the only other follow-up question then, in terms of the on-scene command center, like how many times do we even use that in a given year?
In in Port Dover, command is set up at every scene that we have. Port Dover is one of the busier stations that we have in the county. They're responding out to probably 120 calls a year. Outside of that, with their capabilities of water rescue, they respond and assist in the Waterford area as well as the Port Rowan area, and those are generally in inclement weather type scenarios. So and they involve a lot of different agencies. So the mobile command unit set up for multi-agencies to be able to work together and provide definitive answers in a short period of time instead of having people spread out across the scene. A mobile command unit in this capacity will allow everyone to work together and be able to deploy the resources we need to in a proper amount of time.
Sorry, one more, Mr. Chair. I understand the price of steel here, but I also, maybe there is a value in waiting 1 year when we're looking at a budget amendment of $175,000. Like, why are we off by such a huge amount when it should have been relatively straightforward? I mean, how does a fire truck go up by $175,000?
That's a good question, Mayor Chop. From the understanding that I have from talking to some of our committee members that are outside of the fire department that work in other occupations, they're running in the same thing with steel manufacturing of increases of up to 25% for manufacturing costs because of the steel, and we're looking at further increases as COVID's playing a big part in this. I know we're probably getting tired of hearing about COVID, but I don't. It's not going to go away. And our understanding in the manufacturing world is, at the first of the year, they're still going to be seeing these increases going forward, just because of delays in being able to get equipment in or getting resources in and dealing with staffing and the such. Associated to the COVID issue.
So you don't think that by waiting a year as, they regain their rebuild their supply chains that, we could see a price drop by waiting, given that the truck only has 17,000 kilometers on it?
Right. I don't see the advantage of waiting into 2021 because I think we're going to be in this same scenario into 2022. Just looking at the way things are rolling out and vaccines and all that kind of thing that are associated to COVID. I'm not confident that we're going to see anything change early on in 2021, and we're looking at any apparatus, the minimum build dates are 360 to 400 days of delivery, like from time of execution of the contract to delivery. So reissuing in 2021, I don't think we're going to see a whole lot of difference in the cost.
Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chief Stillwell, I understand that this is a Canadian-built truck, is it not?
That's correct. The manufacturer's in Winnipeg.
Yeah. And what is the relationship between insurability of a 20-year-old truck, anything over 20 years, I understand that you have to do something to exchange them, is that it? Once they're over 20 years, or can we not get the proper insurance? Or like a truck with 17,000 kilometers on it, that's, to me, that's almost new, but what is the relationship there with the insurance clause?
Well, as far as insurance, there'd probably be some, and I have to just speak freely with, as far as the FUS, if we're talking about FUS rating, the Fire Underwriters Survey, that applies to our pumping apparatus. It doesn't apply to the rescue units that we have on the road. However, there would be, and there has been times in fire services that these types of vehicles, if they're going out to a motor vehicle collision, that they break down on the way there. It delays our response, which part of our, as far as the establishment of our fire department, we provide response to motor vehicle collisions in Norfolk County. So there'd be, with that delay, we would be looking at some sort of liability issues, I surmise. But as far as the kilometers, I just like to try and articulate a bit. These vehicles aren't the same as things that travel up and down the road. They go directly to a certain point that they're called to, and then the use of the vehicle, as far as the motor, the drivetrain, transmissions, everything that's operated in the vehicle is done in a stationary position. So the kilometers can sometimes give a misinterpretation of what the use of the vehicle is.
Thank you, Gord. I have a question just related to that, if I can. Do fire trucks not have, as some other types of equipment like that, do they not also, in addition to the kilometers, because you've certainly explained that kilometers are not really a very good gauge of how much use a fire truck has had, but do they not have a gauge or an instrument that measures the actual hours of operation?
Yeah, that's a good question. Thank you, Councillor Shelley. They do, and that's a requirement under NFPA and the ULC in the current standard. However, the truck in Station 2, the 99 vintage, that wasn't a requirement at that time. So there isn't an hour gauge or the computer module that all the newer trucks have that record that time. So unfortunately, that truck's old enough that it doesn't have that type of equipment on board.
Thank you. I see. Any other questions from committee? Seeing none, do I have someone who wants to move the staff recommendation or propose an alternative? Motion made by Councillor Geisens, seconded by Councillor Columbus. All those in favor? That is carried. Our next staff report is CAO 20-32, proposed amended terms of reference for the Recreation Advisory Committee, which is currently known as the Recreation Facilities Advisory Board. And I understand that Andy will be making that presentation.
Thank you, Chair Michele. So to begin with, sorry this report is a bit later than committee wanted it. I know there was a bit of urgency wanting to look at this after the unfortunate news with the hub location. We did propose some amendments to keep it very high level and try to bring the committee out of the detailed approach that they were in before. So it would make them more of an overall recreation advisory committee. Just touching a bit on the mayor's comments about committees. This committee is one that does use a lot of staff time. It's considerable staff time goes to this committee. So if there is no clear direction on recreation, one of the things that council may want to consider is to discontinue this one temporarily, which is what we've put in there. But if there is kind of an action plan forward with next steps on the recreation that council can provide them clear direction on what the next steps are, then that is a benefit, obviously, to have them continue. We circulated this to the committee to make sure that they reviewed it in advance. I did not receive any comments back from the committee members in advance.
Thank you, Andy, and I believe Councillor Martin has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not a question directly, more of a comment. It was on the agenda. However, by the time we needed to start the meeting yesterday, we didn't have quorum. The meeting was canceled. The chair did discuss the proposed terms of reference from his position only, again, not from a committee's perspective. And they were, he was happy with what it proposed. We did have a discussion concerning how detailed the terms of reference were prior and how they are fairly high level now, and the suggestion was made and the chair liked it, and so I've run it by the clerk, that a small amendment be made to the terms of reference found on page 124 of the agenda. There are 4 bullet points which are all wonderful, and then at the end it does read, the committee also meets with group organizations, individuals interested or involved in recreations, and an amendment would include consultants or third-party experts in recreation activities to determine their concerns or areas of interest. An amendment would read and review their findings. So I think if we can keep them included on any future direction we head, that they think that is suitable. Additionally, my one question to the clerk would be, it's presented that we have 2 options here, disband the committee or amend the terms of reference. But prior to that, on page 119 in the paragraph above, you mention an additional option that council may consider, which refers to the rec master plan, recommending a consultant be engaged for feasibility engineering and a locational study. That this was formerly approved in 2017, but defeated on a budget amendment. I would like to bring this up to my colleagues because when we get to the minutes, you'll see that there are 3 minutes that are asking council to dig further into a direction concerning recreation. I don't know what the level of appetite is around this table, how much money, if any at all, is interested in being spent on updating a plan, getting a new plan, looking at certain elements, isolating them as standalone elements. But my preference and would be to create some direction to staff today, and the clerk had suggested that an information memo would suffice for something to be brought back to the budget to then discuss and debate what our next steps would be to continue on with some type of recreation plan. So again, not looking to debate that in full today, would rather just provide the direction and debate it when we get around budget and put things in perspective with the rest of the financial situation of the county. However, I do think that without some step or direction right now, this committee will sit in limbo, and the clerk has identified this as an option on page 119. Thank you.
Any other questions of committee for the clerk? Mayor Chop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not really sure where to start, to be honest. So, Councillor Martin, I think that there was not a staff present at the meeting, and you said there wasn't quorum, but it indicates that you provided an update. Is that correct? Or was that the previous meeting, I guess?
Previous meeting.
Okay. I know that staff, just in conversations with them, have been working on, some alternative approaches, which is why I can't remember the number off the top of my head, but somewhere in the vicinity of 10 million, 11 million for a pool being included in our capital forecast. So I guess, I don't know, could we get an overview of what the plan B is that is being discussed?
From RFAB, there is no plan B. That was the holdup for revised terms of reference, what they were permitted to do and how we would move forward. So there is absolutely no plan B.
Okay, so I don't know, I guess when I read some of the minutes, I don't know how to kind of interpret some of this. So at one point, you know, they're asking for a detailed capital analysis from 2015. And I guess, I mean, it's just generally to my colleagues, I suppose, but I'm curious as to why this group suddenly has more technical expertise than the councils who approve them, or also the staff that, you know, has presented these reports all these years. And it just seems to me that it's one, it's a bit of a make-work project. You know, the other concern I have in there, it mentions how, you know, council has taken steps to eliminate or repurpose recreational facilities. I think that's pretty adversarial, and it seems like the RFAB committee itself is against repurposing the rec center, you know, which really, you know, could be a great place to focus on dry land recreational activities. And I'm just wondering why, you know, that is also not part of their mandate. You know, to me, we saw an amazing presentation from Mr. Burgess on the, you know, plan for the rec center. It was substantial, and that's why we hired him. And, you know, before we engage, you know, a consultant, especially in a COVID year, you know, it was defeated back in 2017, and they didn't have COVID-19 to deal with at the same time, that it seems to me that, you know, the RFAB committee was the driving force for the hub plan, and ultimately, we know that that business case has failed, and there were issues with it. So I don't understand why we would look to repeat the same mistakes and not try to strike a new approach. And at this point, I think one of the things that we should be doing is direct our staff to develop a project plan, to develop a real plan and approach to move forward with a new plan for recreation. And at that point, that plan could be presented to council and to the committee for comments. So to me, that's where I think we should be looking to direct our staff right now. As Andy said, you know, the RFAB committee is significant staff resources that we have used. You know, I think that at the end of the day, really the whole composition of the committee needs to be changed, and it needs a stronger West presence. When the hub committee was formed, it was for a Simcoe, you know, infrastructure replacement program. Given the backlash that's in the community, there needs to be greater representation from the West. If we look to do something new in the future, it is not going to be just about Simcoe. It's going to be about all of Norfolk. So, you know, I think the first step that we should be doing is directing our staff to develop a plan, and again, coming back to council with that plan and to the committee for their comments and views on it.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While I can appreciate that position, I do disagree with it. I would say as of the last 4, if not 5 meetings, there has been 0 staff representation. My colleagues can chime in and confirm that. It certainly was a heavy on resources in the throes of building an application, but we really got under the clock on how to get this in, get it submitted, and so there were a lot of questions and staff resources required at that time. However, despite the terms of reference suggesting that a staff member should attend each and every meeting, there has not been a staff member there for several meetings. Additionally, the plan, I think we have a committee for this exact reason. I would like to keep them engaged. I would like to keep this a community initiative, not necessarily a staff initiative at this point in time. And their request for things like the 215 capital expenditures, that shouldn't have really been a terrible resource for staff because that was already done. That reporting was done. They're requesting for it to come forward to them. They're requesting for that information to be presented to them. I certainly understand that the county has a lot of other priorities right now, and we're always juggling finances and priorities, but I don't believe that repurposing the rec center needs to be inside their wheelhouse, or they need to agree with it. I think that we can allow them to have refined terms of references. And in their minutes here, we've got a committee that we asked them to provide information to us and advice to us, and there are synergies between the motions that they have just passed and the staff report that Andy has presented with options for us. And I'm not prepared to turn a blind eye on what recreation looks like in the future of our community. It may not be a $60 million hub in Simcoe, but I do believe that we still need to put some attention to a developed Plan B. If that's a separate entities and more amenities in the West End, then so be it. But I think we need to keep the community engaged, and as we roll into budget, I think the responsible thing to do is have an information package come back, which the clerk is said is probably a suitable idea, and discuss it at budget time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Mayor Chop.
Well, respectfully, I would have to disagree with my colleague that the repurposing the rec center, doesn't have to be part of RFAB's mandate. This council overwhelmingly made the decision that we were repurposing the rec center. That is part of our recreational programming, and we have incredible interest throughout the community for dry land training, for volleyball, for baseball, for all kinds of activities to support other sports in Norfolk County, besides predominantly being hockey and swimming. So I think that absolutely repurposing the rec center needs to be part of that mandate if the committee is to look at all of recreational programming in Norfolk County. But at the same time, I'm going to reiterate again, I think that and Councillor Martin, hopefully you remember back in these days, but I remember it was a struggle. In fact, putting the application together when we had left it to that group, and it was down to the wire, and you and I were both extremely stressed out that we weren't going to get the application in time. And I think that's a little bit the challenge when you leave it to a group, that, everybody has different ideas in different directions, which is why I think it's more prudent, if we want to do this correctly, we have the staff that's qualified, that has the talent, allow them to put a project plan together, and then take that plan to the committee so that they can provide their comments and back to council.
If I may just provide a quick response.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you. I don't believe we were waiting on the committee during the submission phase. I think there were a lot of other wheels in motion, and Councillor Rabbits can verify that last night, Mr. Anderson, who fills out provincial and federal grants for a living, expressed some upset that he wasn't able to put eyes on the actual application, again, despite that being in the terms of reference. So I don't think that that's entirely true either. And I may have misspoken. Sure, the recreation refurbishments to the rec center should be a part of their terms of reference. I guess I was trying to say that I don't believe that they should have to support that direction without consultation, without being a part of the discussion before it happened. I'm not expecting that from them.
Councillor Van Tassen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can see both points of view here, but I don't know how many times I was defending the whole concept of RFAB and the hub, that it was to replace Simcoe infrastructure in Simcoe with new infrastructure, and we were going to apply for grants, and that was the purpose of RFAB. That was the sole purpose of RFAB, and that ship has sailed. The need for a recreation committee to look after recreational needs across the entire county, I think that's something everybody's been looking for, and I think Councillor Martin can be in total agreement with that, to expand sort of the job that RFAB was doing specifically to Simcoe, to do it for all of Norfolk County. And I think the clerk has laid out these options that we can, I think these terms of reference are good, other than the few little typographical errors that I pointed out to our staff there. But it sort of sets that in motion, and it can be put on hold to allow staff to do that job about direction and pull up that master plan. And yeah, we can kick this into gear later on, but yeah, we can still proceed with the process of implementing new terms of reference, searching, redo the search, because application for RFAB was specific to Simcoe. So, the applications, I think, are loaded 7-1 from people from Simcoe, which makes sense for that committee. But if we're looking at a recreational advisory committee for all of Norfolk County, let's recirculate that. Let's see if there's interest from the entire county, and sort of try to get that geography put in, and try to get that knowledge and understanding of each of the little communities that are out there. And we could have it's going to take some while to recirculate, get it back together, and it's going to be springtime or something before it would sort of kick back into gear. But I think that we're on the right track. It's just going to take some time.
Thank you, Councillor Van Passen. And without participating in the debate or discussion, I do believe that that suggestion would also relieve so much of the angst of the people in the western part of the county that they are actually going to have a say in some of these future activities. Councillor Rabbits.
Thank you, and through you. I think I'd just like to begin by suggesting that I see a tremendous value in having a committee, advisory committee, reporting to council on recreational needs and having representation in the easterly and the westernly portions of our community. I do see a tremendous value in the volunteers that we have on that board. They bring their expertise, and I do appreciate that there is a cost that comes to that with regards to our staff time, and I would be very interested in seeing the man hours that's actually been invested in this committee to date. I think that would be eye-opening for all of us and valuable information to receive. Having said that, I do believe that RFAB had become overly politicized. My feeling is that we had too much council representation on that board, which only further contributed to the amount of staff time that was invested. It was a very large group. It was one of the larger committees that I've had the privilege of serving on. And I think having too many cooks and having too many representatives of council really added to the cost of the administration of those proceedings. Having said that, we've had a lot of good deputations coming forward, and there is an argument that it could potentially have some cost savings to council where we're receiving deputations at the committee level, at the advisory level, and we're not exhausting our time at this table with 5-minute after 10-minute presentation on a recreation-specific topic. So I do see some value in having this advisory board established so that we can get that advice back to council, potentially saving us some CIC or some council time. With regards to hiring of a consultant, I do also see some value in this for a specific reason. There is some disagreement in our community between our staff and our expert opinions regarding user fees, regarding ice usage. We'll have an opportunity to discuss that later this evening with specific reference to Waterford. And with having two sets of facts, and I appreciate there's only one set of facts, if we hire a consultant, we could be getting objective third-party information that would hopefully clarify that. They're either going to agree with our staff or from the user group's perspective. So I do see some value in hiring a consultant to a certain extent, but it would be for a specific purpose. If this council hires a consultant, we had better also be committed to listening to their advice and following through. I would hate to create yet another make-work project, as has been alleged that this RFAB group, upon failure of the hub funding, has ultimately become. So, those are my 2 points. There's value in having volunteers do this work. There's value in having an advisory committee of council. There is some value in hiring a consultant for a specific purpose. I think what would be in order is for us to have this committee come back with our other committee information, and we make a decision comparing apples to apples. Man hours invested in terms of our staff time, resources, comparing that to other committees. We make the decision, are we going to have an advisory committee advising us on recreational needs, or are we going to have a working group that allows them to continue without, I guess, the burden of council and without the burden of our staff having to dedicate so many resources to this group. Those are my comments, and that's how I feel.
Thank you, Councillor Rabbits. Mayor Chop.
Mr. Chair, I agree with almost everything Councillor Rabbits said, actually, with the exception of one thing, in terms of the need to hire a consultant. When we looked at the report that was done, or the submission that we made, and it had a bunch of faults in it, and we were not successful in receiving the funding. The one person that, although he was on staff in the finance department, who was not involved in that report, happens to be the consultant that we ultimately hired, who did an incredible report. So before, especially in a COVID year, that I will be supporting any budget amendment to still come out on top of the levy from what's about to be presented for a consultant, I'd like to be able to see what the staff, the new team that we put together at Norfolk, would be able to produce.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess my concern is that this isn't an overnight fix. We're not going to advance a plan and create a plan B overnight, and it's probably not going to be done in this term of council. So is there something that we want to advance while we're here? And again, I'm not asking for funds to be a budget amendment to be passed right now. I'm asking for an information report to come, for something to be considered at budget time, just like we've done with the Linwood Art Center earlier this evening. But it's not an overnight fix, and I do believe that we need to continue to push the recreation issue forward. It is a priority for me, and it's okay to sit here and say that you're okay with staff advancing the issue if you're good with a $10 or $11 million pool on the West End, but I'm not. That might be suitable, but not as a standalone measure. That might be suitable for the West End community, but it's not going to fix the problems that the East End community is asking for. So I would like that neutral third-party discussion to be advanced in some way, shape, or form. I'm not saying that a consultant needs to be hired to draft up a plan for us. We have a 215 master plan, and the minutes that we will soon get to from our FAB ask for either a new rec master plan or an updated one. The clerk has advised me that an update is something that could be easily undertaken. Feasibility and engineering, I'm not the professional, I can't comment on those things. A locational study. Wouldn't it be interesting to get some third-party advice on where a location should be for this type of endeavor? This council well knows what happened when we picked a location in concert with our FAB. But again, it's a priority enough. I think it needs to be advanced. I'm simply asking for us to advance it the same way that we've just advanced the Linwood Arts Center. Let's get an information memo put back before us. It's less exhaustive than a report from staff. And let's sit around the table and look at what the budget implication would be to addressing some of these elements, if not all, in part and parcel, and keep recreation moving forward.
Mayor Chop, then Councillor Van Passen.
Just a correction to that, I don't think that staff ever said, Councillor Van Passen raised the idea of putting the pool in the West End, which could be a really great idea, but I don't believe staff had said that the 11 million was ever slated for a pool in the West End, but maybe the West End is the right place for the pool, so I'm not sure why the comment is directed that having a pool in the West End is not something we're interested in pursuing. That just seems offside. Again, maybe Mr. Burgess could provide that correction. But unless I'm wrong, what staff did and what has not been done in the past is they are looking at asset replacement and developing, it's about to become a mandatory requirement from the government. So they're starting to build a capital asset management plan, recognizing that at a particular point, we are going to need to put money into a pool, and that's clearly a critical component for Norfolk County. So again, maybe Mr. Burgess, you could touch on that.
Through the chair, the reference to the $11 million pool is related to the existing Simcoe Rec Center in the capital plan and an expansion of that pool service. But through the chair, after I think Councillor Van Passen has ordered next, I think staff can maybe provide some commentary just to maybe provide a path forward and just to be more clear on what we can present in short order and maybe some potential timelines. It's not something that staff has ignored on this issue. We've been working quite hard on moving a plan forward.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, it was 2 years out. There's $11 million in the capital budget that we've approved for upgrades to the rec center pool. And I did bring up the fact that maybe we should build a new pool in Delhi, and then we could have a regulation-sized pool, and we could have a nice sort of recreational pool that's still in Simcoe. But The issue that we're dealing with is a recommendation from staff to change the terms of reference for the Recreation Facilities Advisory Committee and change that to the Recreation Advisory Committee to cover all of Norfolk County. And we're breaking down into debate on budgets and long-term planning and reports. And I, for one, would like to move the recommendation from the staff report on page 121, because I think that we are all in agreement that the hub is gone, that specific committee put in place to look after the preparation of the application and the needs and requirements of that facility that need is no longer there, but there is still a need to look after recreation across the entire county, and it would be nice to have a specific committee in place with representation from across the county to do that interaction with public and report back to council and gather that information and give advice. And so I would move the recommendation.
Is there a seconder for the mover? I'm seeing Councillor Geisens. Any discussion? Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually expressed interest in moving it because I had an amendment that I read to council. And furthermore, it would be entirely hypocritical if we did not allow direction to be passed for an information memo, depending on what Mr. Burgess has to say after this, for something to come forward to us at budget, like we just did at 4:40 p.m. for the Art Center. So while I agree it's not printed as on part of our recommendation, it is entirely hypocritical that we would advance more information to come forward for arts and not recreation. But again, my amendments I proposed was simply included page 124. Already discussed this with the clerk. It is no issue with him. The committee also meets with groups, organizations, individuals interested or involved in recreation, and consultants or third-party experts to determine their concerns or areas of interest and review their findings.
Are the movers or the seconder content with that amendment?
Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I forgot to include that amendment. I did have it written on my sheet. So.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Can we have that motion read, please, in its entirety?
Apologies. Okay, so the recommendation reads that report CAO 20-32, proposed amended terms of reference, Recreation Advisory Committee, currently Recreation Facilities Advisory Board, be received as information, and that council approved bylaw 2020 dash number to be assigned, adopting the revision terms of reference as amended, and that the name of the Recreation Facility Advisory Board be changed to the Recreation Advisory Committee, and further that staff be directed to re-advertise for positions on the committee and notify those with applications currently submitted of the extended timeline for appointments.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I think Mayor Chop was looking for my amendment. So you can find it on page 124 on the terms of reference. There's scope of committee, 4 bullet points are listed. It reads, the committee also meet with groups, organizations, and individuals interested or involved in recreation activities. I would like to include consultants or third-party experts as part of their ability to meet with, to determine their concerns or areas of interest And then I would like to include and review their findings. The committee would like to be included if any type of consultation or reporting goes forward from someone outside of staff that wouldn't be made available on the through staff reporting, they would like to be included in that.
Mayor Chop.
So just for clarification, so you're not suggesting hiring a consultant at this point, but just in the same way that this council involved RFAB committee in everything, including have them sign non-disclosures and involve them in all of the discussions. I actually thought that was quite a strong move on our part when we were first elected. But now you're just wanting to ensure that if there's a consultant that does a presentation to council, that they hear it as well? Is that what I'm understanding?
Through the chair, I believe they'd like to review findings before, when it comes to council, and have the ability to provide their comments on anything should council then go and hire a third party or a consultant. Because this is because their former terms of reference was very specific. They had a checklist of things they were doing. They were creating timelines. They were in closed session with us. This is a way that they're able to keep in the loop and provide comments with their preference.
As long as there's no budget request here at this point, then I just want to be clear that RFAB is not the one that's deciding on which consultants or third-party experts we're bringing in.
That's been removed. That was the former terms of reference. They had the ability to comment on that. Now they're just looking to review whatever council undertakes through consultants.
Councillor Rabbits.
Thank you. Through you, just to clarify, I believe their budget has been set at $200.
Thank you for that point of clarification, Councillor Rabbits. And I'm just going to ask if all members of committee are clear about what the motion before them is. In that event, then I will put this to a vote. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd also like to provide direction to staff to bring an information memo back concerning what's included on page 119 in our report, options concerning the rec master plan, whether it be undertaking a new plan, simply updating our plan, engaging a consultant to undertake feasibility, engineer, and locational study, and if that could be presented at budget.
Any discussion on that suggestion by the CAO?
Yeah, I'd prefer to make a suggestion to the memo. I think the redevelopment of recreational programming in Norfolk is going to be fairly significant, and I believe I've given information to council in a previous presentation as to the total dollar amount and the financing capability of that. I think what would be best is for staff to develop a plan forward on how you would actually go about developing that plan B and what are the components and what would be the most logical steps to bring consultants in and for what is the scope of those what are the scope of those consulting services, estimated cost. So roadmap that out. And put some potential plans in there for, things that may be considered. Are we doing same for same? Are we looking at, consolidation sites, which is what most municipalities are going for. So I think if you give us a couple of cycles, we can actually develop a more fulsome plan or a roadmap for this council to approve. And then, that would be the map forward. And you can have your estimated costs in there. It wouldn't be done in time, frankly, for this budget cycle. And frankly, I'm not sure if there's room based upon what we have already on our plate for the budget cycle, how much we can actually afford. But I think I can potentially do that in a couple of cycles from now.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that sounds great. That's exactly what I'm asking for. My only concern is that I would not want to see staff put forward a plan for a hub. I would like for that to come from this group, but I think if you're able to put together a roadmap timelines, considerations, things that other municipalities are looking at, cost estimations for studies moving forward, without advancing an actual plan, that would be my preference, but I think that's entirely suitable. My only question would be, is there anything that is minor in nature that we should be considering prior to this budget? Any type of study or update, even when you look at our 215 master plan, is there anything in your opinion that should be brought forward before the budget?
No, I, you know, from a strategic level, no, there's that one capital plan. I guess the question, and this might be a question for council, I'll write the report, but I guess the question for council is, if everything's on the table, you know, you're gonna spend a long time boiling the ocean, frankly, to get to a solution. So the question becomes, do you want to say, okay, realistically, a county of 60,000 people with a budget of X, with this much of assets out being deployed and needing to be replaced, what are the 2 or 3 most logical streams to look at going forward? To, you know, and I can do it either way. I can just give you some high-level generic thing, and you're going to spend a year boiling the ocean and coming up with everything under the sun that's great for people, but you'll never be able to actually execute on that deal going forward. You know, I think... you know, I think we're up against the wall with a lot of our assets. I got a pool, frankly, that is outdated, high cost and well overused. I got arenas that, you know, I can't remember what the newest one is, but I was, you know, not in high school yet when the last arena was built. And I don't think we can, and when you look at the lead times, even if we adopted a plan today, you're 5 or 6 years out. So, you know I'm always action-oriented, more than study-oriented, but, you know, my professional opinion is I think you've got to, and to use a rec term, you know, choose a few lanes to swim in and just swim in those lanes until you get to a final conclusion and not look at everything. And staff have been working in the background to narrow the focus of that. But there's nothing that's needed to be done in 2021 currently. I think I've squirreled away a few nuts here and there for staff to deal with a few things.
Thank you, Jason. I believe Councillor Van Passen had something.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The reality of it is the budget is really only 2 weeks away, unless you want all our staff to work over Christmas, and I think we've overworked them enough over the course of this year. So, you know, if Councillor Martin would be happy, like if we could give staff the time to do a real job and sort of expect that memo in the first quarter of 2021, and that would give them time to actually do what that memo really needs, the time to look at it. But, you know, to ask for it by budget time, I think that's pushing the envelope just a little.
All right, don't make me the bad guy with staff. I'm following up on the clerk's advice that an information memo was better than a report and that it was doable. But no, that's suitable. I think we're still advancing it. I like that. And to Mr. Burgess's comments, again, as long as it's not one proposal that we're going to put forward, if there are options, if they can still come before RFAB, that's great. So that would serve the direction. I can RFAC.
All right, then, so we are satisfied with that direction?
But I think we should still probably pass it, but yeah, no, if that's agreeable to the rest of council, multiple options in hopefully Q1, and a timeline with estimations on costs, roadmap, consolidated sites, or otherwise, if all of that information could come forward, that would be great.
And I believe we still have that motion on the floor. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none. Sorry, thank you, Mr. Clerk. I still need a seconder for that motion. Councillor Huffman, second. Any discussion? All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously.
I just want to address the issue of staff not attending the RFAB committees. I'll recircle with staff. I think there was some confusion over the status of the committee. I think I can check with the clerk, but I think their terms of reference ended at a particular point in time earlier this year. And therefore, we had a committee that's terms of reference were ended, and I believe staff was not attending because it was not an actually recognized committee at that point in time. I know clerks did continue to provide services because it was in this kind of gray area, but just to, I'll circle with staff, but I'm pretty sure that was the rationale for it.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. I'm going to suggest at this hour that we take a 20-minute break to have perhaps a bite to eat and go to the washroom. Welcome back, everyone. We will resume our council and committee meeting. I believe we have quorum currently. We will continue with our staff reports, and this one will be staff report CS 20-56, and I believe that Shelley will be presenting that.
Thanks, Chairman. I'm going to pass it over to People Plant Accounting's firm. She'll present the details of this report.
Thank you, Chair Shelley and members of council. This report is to apprise council of a past accounting error that staff will be correcting in 2020 unless otherwise directed. An internal review in 2008 determined the issue, and because of the reserve fund balances at the time, it was decided to phase the correction in over a period of time. This error relates to the accounting of the issuance of debt proceeds related to growth projects that are to be funded from developer contributions. I note the question, it's a common question, is why do we have DC related debt? It is definitely an occurrence that does happen. It's not uncommon. The reason being is that development charges are set based on a plan over the 10-year horizon. And on occasion, even DC charges for water and wastewater projects will be even a longer period. Hence, revenue is collected over time. So when we have DC-related debt, it's a common occurrence and it's experienced mainly due to projects that are completed at the beginning of the 10-year horizon, where revenues are not fully collected, or you have new projects that have been not included in the development charge background study, or projects have become expended more than what was actually included in the background study also. This will result in, again, deficit in the development charge reserve funds. So there is a need to actually borrow proceeds to fund the projects. The other time incident where this may happen could be you could complete a capital project that will actually is built to accommodate growth that's past the horizon that's built into your background study. So then again, you have a revenue deficit. This error occurred, it closed the debt proceeds for the rate development charge reserve fund to the contingency reserve as opposed to the rate development charge reserve fund. In addition, to offset some of the proceeds, the debt principal for the debt incurred was also closed to the contingency. This has resulted in a net amount of approximately $983,000, which includes interest to be paid to the development charge reserve, that should actually be transferred to the wastewater development charge reserve from the contingency reserve. In other words, the wastewater development charge reserve fund has been understated and the contingency reserve fund has been overstated. From a financial statement perspective, the correction will result in Norfolk County's negative financial debt position increasing and accumulated surplus decreasing. And just wanted to mention that we've also, since this error was recognized, we have implemented a standard operating procedure to ensure the accounting is corrected, and in the event that debt has to be issued again for development charges, the process will be followed and we will not be in this position. So council, if members of the council has any questions at this time, I'd be more than pleased to answer them for you.
Thank you very much. Questions of council? Your chop.
I just want to point out the magnitude of this yet again. So there's a sentence on page 138 in the conclusion, second sentence, per the Q3 variance forecast. Awesome that we have a variance forecast. We never did in prior councils. A surplus for 2020. Awesome that we have a surplus. I think that's the first year in a decade. Is expected, which will help support the contingency reserve balance. Staff feel making a correction. I think we've heard this a number of times this year. It seems every other council meeting we have corrections that are being made to past accounting practices, funding staff positions that are reserve accounts. I think we've got a drainage report that's coming up. So just so that the public fully understands here, this is a massive adjustment, almost $1 million, which we know represents about 1% on the tax levy. And so a big thank you to staff for being so financially prudent this year, despite COVID, that they are actually able to absorb that $1 million in the 2020 budget and not have that be applied to next year's tax levy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I would echo that extremely good job by staff, not just on this item, but on similar items. Are there any other questions of committee? Columbus?
I move the recommendation is printed.
Do I have a seconder? Mayor Chaw? Any discussion? Mayor Chaw? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Next, we have staff report CS 20-53 regarding the drain construction financial and project status update. And again, Shelley, I believe that's you.
Thank you, Chair Michelle, and I believe our last presenter from our finance team today will be Amy Fanning, the county's Deputy Treasurer and Manager of Accounting Services, and she'll present the details of this drain report.
Thank you, Shelley. Through you, Chair Michelle, to Council. Good evening, everyone. Report CS 2053 is seeking to obtain Council approval to move forward with closing and building out 6 drain construction projects, which form part of the Round 2 group that was identified in previous reports. This report also lists the details on the status of the remainder of the Round 2 projects, which will be brought forward for billing in 2021. Additionally, staff wanted to provide more detail to Council on the Drain Contingency Fund, and we're currently conducting analysis of this fund and the projected requirements for drain construction projects moving forward. A further report will be brought to Council in early 2021 to share the results of our analysis. Lastly, the report reiterates the staff commitment to working together cross-departmentally to ensure that closing and building these drain construction projects continues, along with regular status updates on the open drain construction projects. There are several attachments to the report, including the bylaw, associated schedules, a sample property owner letter, and an active drain construction project listing, so that Council is aware of what we do have open after we close these 6 that we're looking at tonight. By way of an update, the round 1 drain construction invoices were issued on October 28th, and they are due December 15th. Following the December 15th, 2020 date, staff will transfer invoices outstanding to the tax roll at $3,500 more or less, and prepare financing schedules for all of those that remain. With that, we're happy to answer any questions that Council may have.
Thank you, Amy. Questions of committee? Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I went through this report and I thought it was bad enough last time that there were projects that were started in the early 2000s, and I found one in here from 1999. So there's projects that weren't even part of Norfolk County at the time. So, but I do have a question about the actual bylaw. I thought that we were not going to charge interest on these outstanding payments because of the timeline, but the bylaw actually says that we will be charging interest. So I was wondering if that is an error or if I'm understanding our position incorrectly.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. So we are not charging interest from the county's perspective on the financing that the county has done to finance these drain projects up to today, but we did charge interest on the financing arrangements that might be made for individual property owners.
That's what my understanding. Any of the new petitions, we will be charging interest, but on page 147 of our agenda, the bylaw to implement this latest round Section 3C says that the financing options, if it's over $5,000, that we will be charging interest. And I thought that that was an error in the bylaw.
I think Mr. Burgess has his hand up.
Yeah, through the chair, we have the ability to charge interest inside the construction period, but we're not choosing to do that. This is only if, after we present the drainage fee, if the property owner requires time to pay the bill, we will charge interest for that period of time. So as the bill's outstanding. But we're not looking at charging the financing charges while we're constructing the drain or that time period until we get to build them. So it's only for financing the cost once the bill is provided to the property owner. If they choose to pay it all up front, then there is no financing charge at that point in time.
Mayor Chop.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So are we where we want to be with the billing right now?
I'll start and have Ms. Fanning comment, and we also have staff from drainage commenting. We are not where we want to be for the billing. We had anticipated billing out more drains. There's a number of factors that go into our ability to actually levy the bill, including final engineering sign-off. And as this council knows, the last round of bills, when we re-audited them, we did find some errors with them, and so we're taking more and more time to execute on these. As it says in the report, we're not where we are. We are planning, as part of our reorganization, we are actually moving one of the drain staff to be inside of finance. And that will give better oversight to the total amount of exposure we have to drain costs, because we tie up a lot of working capital in these drains. And we need to look at strategies for interim billing, assessing the interest, and billing as soon as we can through the process. So long answer to your question, we're not where we are. We're not where we want to be. We are going down that path, and we're making further changes to get better with that. I'll have Ms. Fanning or provide any further comment, or Ms. LaPlante provide any further comment on that.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. That's correct. We were looking at several options to try and bring information back to council and to get these cleaned up as fast as we can. I know Bill Mays is on the line as well, or on the call. I'm not sure if he has anything else to add.
Through the chair, Bill Mays is here. I'm hoping I unmuted it properly. Yes, we have many outstanding construction projects. When we reported in round one at the start of this year, we thought we would have 13 drains ready for billing at this time. Each one of the outstanding drains still has one or two minor little piece of documentation or reviews that needs to be done before we're ready to do the final levy bylaw through council. From this point forward, each drain, as it's reviewed and 100% complete, will be forwarded on to council for the levy bylaw and council to issue the invoicing.
Thanks, Bill. So, now we've got council that's being provided with quarterly variance reports, so we know where we stand. Given the magnitude of this issue that now, as Councillor Van Passen points out, has been building since before Norfolk was even just Norfolk, what would it take? I think, I'm concerned about the policy moving forward so that this doesn't happen in future years, perhaps when people change. And I guess what would it take to, get a somewhat regular reporting to council, listing, when the drainage project started, how much money we've got invested into it at that point, and what we've got out there, and obviously the county's portion, and the anticipated billing date and the actual billing date, so that we can better track, these drainage projects and not see a multi-million-dollar write-off again in the future.
Through the chair, I think it would be difficult to put this through our quarterly reporting, though once it's integrated with finance, we'll look at it quarterly. But I think for that reporting, I might suggest, and I'll ask Bill to comment, that maybe we can do a semi-annual, like twice-a-year report on all the outstanding drains, where they are progress-wise, and whatever other information you have. I think I'm putting Bill on the spot there, but maybe he can provide comment. I think we could probably do a semi-annual one, so twice a year, to provide that information to council on a formal reporting basis, so that way council has a good understanding of what kind of dollar amounts we have outstanding and what the status is.
Yeah, I think that'd be perfect. Given the magnitude of this situation that we've been dealt, I think it's just important that once this one gets cleaned up, that we don't end up in the same place another 10 years from now.
I would make a suggestion that you add that into the and further that staff report semi-annually on the drain, on outstanding drain construction projects. And I think that will then make it a council resolution, and it's easy for staff to work against that.
You want the wording just for outstanding drainage projects, or would you not want all of them so you can see when they've been closed?
That's fine, yep.
Are you waiting for me to chime in? Still Mace? No?
No, thank you, Bill. Are there any other questions of committee? Councillor Hoffman.
Thank you, Chairman Shelley. Through you to Bill, or Finance, I guess. Out of all of these drainage bills that are going to be going out, how many of them are going to be a shock to the property owners?
As we've seen in round two, this is Bill Mace, sorry, through the chair. As we've seen in the round one billing and the second version of the round one billing, we're still answering phone calls nonstop about the shock with the same landowners who responded in the first round. The county can't control the property sales and non-disclosure of information in this regard when it comes to property sales and changes in ownerships. We do our best to have the information available upon request. Through the whole drainage process, there is many notifications to the public and landowners involved in the project that we add notes to the tax systems, we add notes to the notices that it's up to the owner to disclose. That information I'm still seeing 95% of the time when a property sale does not disclose to the new owners. So those cases will always be a shock to the new owners getting the bill if they haven't found out about that before that or received any of the notices from the county. The best we can do is be available and try and answer the questions. I have about 10 lawyer requests right now over the previous billing where landowners would like to refuse to pay the bill on the project. The only thing we have is the bills related to a drain are applicable to the property, not to the property owner itself. So it does get quite complicated, especially with the older the projects.
Thank you, Bill.
Any other questions of committee? I see the CAO.
I think the councillor raises a good issue, and it is an issue staff are dealing with. Though we take the regulatory approach to informing, and it's very hard to do that, we may want to take away and look at some other strategies, i.e. educating local lawyers around, making sure that they're asking for this and the due diligence and having some information easily available for them that they can tap into. Because, and you could in theory have multiple sales on a property over a 15-year period, and the one person who was not disclosed, sold it to a second person, he was never disclosed it, never even knows there's an outstanding drain application, and then, in good faith sells it without notification. So I think we can take that away to look at better strategies for communicating to the public to try to reduce some of these shock values. The other thing is, if we get better at billing these things and moving these files forward, then you get less shocks too. You're not getting hit with something from 15 years ago. So we'll take that away, Councillor.
Councillor Van Passen.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. If we're moving some of this into finance, like just about every real estate transaction I've ever seen, one of the requirements is a copy of your tax bill to make sure the status of it and whether it's paid. So if that might be the good place to sort of put the note on that there is outstanding drain issues there, because the lawyers always get that one statement. So if there was a note attached to those, that might be a possibility of making it simple.
I'll ask the CAO if that's a possibility.
Yeah, we'll look into it. I don't want to commit to anything, but we'll look into strategies that we can do to better inform property owners of potential liabilities on their property.
Thank you. Any other questions of committee? Seeing none, is there a mover of the staff recommendation with the addition of the further item that we have added? Mayor Chop?
Well, so the addition is further that staff report on a semi-annual basis, staff report on drainage projects and accounts on a semi-annual basis.
So do I have a mover of that? Councillor Van Passen, thank you, and seconded by Mayor Chop. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. We'll move on to staff report CS 20-50 regarding the proposal submissions for arenas and community halls. And again, Shelley, I think this is you.
Thank you, Chair Michelle. The purpose of this report is to provide council with the findings of all submissions of the call for submission process for the operation management, sponsorship, or other opportunities for arenas and community halls for council to review, provide further consideration and direction. In accordance with the direction provided by council, Corporate Support Services prepared and issued the bid document with a submission deadline of October 27th. All proposals have been evaluated by the established evaluation team in accordance to the evaluation criteria and scope of services summarized in your attachment A of the report and as identified in the bid document for each of the options. A total of 8 submissions were received at the time of closing and have been highlighted in the report before you this evening. As directed by council, all proposal submissions have been provided to council in the confidential companion document. As noted previously, the call for submission process is a non-binding solicitation and allows the county to be under no obligation to approve, accept, and/or reject any submission. Staff are recommending that council direct staff to engage with the necessary proponents who have reached the technical benchmark score for option 1 and option 2, and for any unsolicited proposal identified in option 3 deemed appropriate by council, all of which would be subject to further reporting and updates to council. And with that, staff will be pleased to answer any questions council may have.
Thank you, Shelley. Questions? Seeing none, do I have someone to move the staff recommendation or proposal alternative? Mayor Chop. Looking for a seconder. Councillor Taylor. Any discussion? All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. We are at our agenda point of motions. We have no motions today. And the question is, are there any notices of motion? Oh, yes, thank you. I'm sorry, we are going to go to the additions to the agenda. We'll begin with Councillor Hoffman's.
Thank you, Chair Michelle, and again, my apologies in terms of if people felt that it didn't follow protocol, but it had just come to my attention yesterday. I'd had some constituents contact me who were at the Waterford Arena on the weekend, and the parking lot was full of individuals all wearing Hamilton Bulldogs jerseys. And from doing some research on it, there was an individual rental. So Hamilton recreational users who cannot use services in their own community because of being in the red zone are coming to Norfolk County and renting ice. I myself find that concerning, and I have constituents who find it concerning that we've got individuals coming from a red zone into our area and utilizing our recreational services. So I just wanted to bring it forward and see what my colleagues thought about it, and if this is something that we move forward with, or if we try and put an end to this, making these one-off rentals from rec users from out of the area.
Thank you, Councillor Huffman. The CAO will comment on that.
This has been an issue that's been dealt with on a number of municipalities, Port Colborne with their beach, St. Catharines with their beach, trying to limit asset usage to only residents. They've all obtained legal opinions. They've been discussed openly in the papers that you will have significant challenges legally to enforce restriction by residency rules. I'm not saying you can't do it. I'm not saying council can't pass a rule. I would just advise council, if they're going to go down that path, that they might want to seek some legal input to it, because there are challenges to restricting use based upon residency.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Michelle. Through you to Mr. Burgess. I appreciate that, and I understand the difficulties, and I do understand that maybe on certain teams and things like that, there may be an individual who lives in Oxford County or Elgin County or, Haldimand County for that matter, with the hurricanes and stuff like that. I guess what my concern would be, is there any way that we can do, I noticed that several other municipalities are kind of being very proactive with encouraging people from red zones, gray zones, or lockdown zones not to come there shopping, not to come there to rent facilities, things like that. Would it be something that maybe we could, is that something that you would suggest that we do a release on or something like that? I'm just trying to do my due diligence on behalf of the constituents who are quite concerned.
No, through the chair to the council, I agree. It is difficult. We have this, we've had that issue repeated here a number of times with, even if you look at the beginning of the year when COVID was hitting and people were coming down here for a whole bunch of issues. The premier goes up, kind of daily to say, don't leave your communities and that kind of stuff. We can certainly look to provide more messaging. I can talk to comms. We can even maybe put some wording to our customer service staff to remind individuals who are booking from out of town that, it is against provincial advice and medical officers' advice to book, to take those activities out of town. The challenge is these individuals tend to be highly motivated to do that, and they'll take your advice and file it accordingly in their viewpoint and just continue on with their activities. But I don't mind doing it. I don't even want to discourage council from exercising other due diligence efforts. My only concern would be just to maybe if you're going to do something drastic, just to maybe consider just getting some legal advice between now and council in that week, that we can maybe take a look at some options before you make a final decision.
Mayor Chop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's clearly the problem with a regionalized approach, which the Premier said in the very beginning they weren't going to do. But when you have different municipalities all subjected to different requirements, clearly they're going to leave to do all of their activities outside of that zone. But would one of the options from a legal perspective in this case not be the consideration of Shanker issuing a Section 22 if he felt that that was a concern?
I would want to get further legal advice on that, because I think you're into some legal ground that someone would have to cover about Shanker issuing an order to residents of another community for activities within this community. I think he would have to take some time to write that order and see if it's something that he would want to. Some of his other orders were attached to for out-of-town use was very specific to attach to the property that the out-of-towners had. So we can certainly look into those options with Section 22 or other instructions, and we'd go from there.
Arguably, this is even worse, though, because in the previous order, he was restricting them from going to property that they paid property tax on in Norfolk County. In this situation, they don't even pay property tax here. They're just showing up to use a facility.
Yeah, I would say politically the optics are there. I'm just more concerned about the legal ground. He was attaching it to property within his jurisdiction. So he has authority over activities and people in that jurisdiction, and by being a property owner, he can exercise certain authority on that individual. Again, this is all outside my pay grade as far as legal advice. I would want legal counsel to weigh in on these matters and strategies to discourage that. The other thing is you open up a very big can of worms too. It's we're going to do a lot of precautions to deal with people from Hamilton coming in at our arenas, but then shopping, other activities here. How far do you want to go down the path? I think it's just a challenge every community is dealing with currently.
Mayor Chop.
Mr. Chair, no, I wasn't actually saying, just for Monty for the newspaper here, I wasn't actually saying that was what I was necessarily endorsing. I was providing an option. I mean, I think the bigger issue is the fact that clearly a regionalized approach with everybody in a different color zone simply doesn't work, because we're not just seeing it at the hockey arenas. We are seeing it across the province, everywhere, at shopping malls, at dinner, in town. I myself personally have heard from a few friends of mine that I haven't seen in years because they live downtown Toronto and they're looking for something to do. So, it's natural that people are looking to get out of the city and find places to go. So, I just more wanted to make that comment that, I think that is a failure of the current system that we're facing from the province right now.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Probably a question not for you, Jason, but while we're here and if legal's listening and going to circle back on this, I was wondering, similar to Mayor Chop, but not, I wondered about more attaching something to the property. So maybe it's Shanker, maybe it's us with a bylaw or Board of Health with a bylaw after legal advice, but could we not suggest that if you're coming from a zone where you're attached to restriction red, then the same methodology would apply in our arena? So therefore there is no incentive for you. If you're 10 in your local arena, you're 10 in the Haldeman Arena, your 10 in the Norfolk Arena, and your 10 in Oxford. I don't know if that's something that Shanker could address, but based on a booking showing your driver's license when you book, which I think is common practice anyways, could you not then be held accountable that way? So unless you have an answer, great, but if not, if legal's listening and we can get comments on that, that might be another strategy.
Yeah, I'll provide some comments next week at council on some different options. I know we are running into, there are a couple of leagues that play, and normally leagues are restricted to one health unit, but there have been some exemptions due to small-sized leagues that they do cross two health units, and those are our teams. So there are some leagues that cross borders. So we would have to be careful not to restrict their use either. So I'll work with legal and public health to come back with some comments for council next week.
And Councillor Martin.
Thank you. And I guess this is just probably a great time to make note if you're a parent and you have kids who play out of leagues and they're playing in Norfolk County or Haldeman Norfolk and they have equipment from their other leagues out of the jurisdiction, now would be a great time to put them back into an old jersey, not having them show up at arenas in Hamilton gear, which I think is also happening. So to reduce any strain on bylaw and calls to council members and calls to rec staff and health unit and so on, if you're living in Haldeman, Norfolk, then show up in the appropriate gear. That might be a good first step.
Any other comments, questions? Councillor Huffman, are you content with this direction?
Yes, I am. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And moving on, I have pulled a couple of items from our communications package. If council will indulge me, just a couple of brief items about those two things. The first one being the communications package is item 2A. That's going to be found on page 5 of our communications package.
Chairman Shelley. There was the staff report CAO 20-29 that was pulled from closed session prior to the...
My apologies. Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
Thanks.
We also have the staff report CAO -29 that was pulled from closed session to be discussed in open. And if staff are ready to give that report, thank you.
So the CEO 2029 deals with union grievance matters and financial implications. This was a for information report. There are a couple of grievances working through the system. I'll speak briefly to it. Ms. Anderson, our director of HR, is here. She can provide more specific details. But the first one is with regards to a grievance from ONA. During the pandemic, Norfolk County made the decision to move to 4 10-hour days. Normally, ONA members work 35 hours a week or 70 hours in a 2-week period. By moving to 4 10s, they were working 80 hours in a 2-week period. We were paying them the 10-hour differential for overtime, the difference between 70 hours and 80 hours. The union has grieved that, stating that they should be being paid 24 hours of overtime based upon 3 hours of overtime per day, so 7 hours per day, 10 hours per day instead of 7 hours per day, without any credit for the additional day off that's being provided. We have decided to wait for arbitration. If this ruling goes through, it's a significant dollar amount to the county, likely upwards of $200,000. Staff's position was, and it was a decision made by staff, that that we relied on provincial, we relied on the provincial rules around the emergency items, or the emergency orders to change hours and to change items in the collective agreement. ONA takes exception to that. Management believes that they acted in good faith by paying the appropriate overtime just by changing the schedule. There's a similar situation with our QP members, particularly in bylaw. We didn't add additional hours to their time, but we moved them to cover Saturdays and Sundays up until September. Their claim is that once we lifted our emergency order by council, that they're then obligated to, we were obligated to pay them for their Saturdays and Sundays. This was raised well after the fact, and we would be exposed on that. Management's position on that one is the public health issues and emergency was still quite relevant. We needed weekend coverage. And in their case, we never did exceed their 40 hours. We just adjusted their schedule to cover out during the pandemic. So just wanted to put that in perspective with the budget coming up, that we can have some more negative variances if we lose on these grievance matters. If there's any questions, or if I've missed anything, Ms. Anderson can certainly respond, or I can respond to some of those matters.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to maybe the mayor or Mr. Burgess. Not that I disagree with it, but I'm wondering why we're dealing with it in open and why we've typically dealt in closed with this issue. There's no one identified, so I don't see a problem in it, but I'm just wondering why the change.
Well, I think there's a lot of criticism out in the community often of the information that we have in closed session, and I've always strived to provide as much as we can in open. We take the clerk's advice. The clerk's advice, I mean, the municipal act says that these types of items may be in closed session, not that they must be in closed session. And quite honestly, everybody, well, not everybody, but many people know that my dad was a negotiator for OSSTF, for the Teachers Federation, for the better part of his career. I grew up as a union girl. I have always supported unions. But when we have people in our community that are, you know, losing their businesses, losing their jobs, losing their homes, I find these grievances completely egregious to the taxpayers of Norfolk County. Our health staff were given an additional day of work off, so they didn't work additional hours. They actually had a third day a week off. You know, it even goes a step further, and I don't know how much we can touch on it now, but, you know, it was discussed, I believe, at the Board of Health. I wasn't here, with the 5 nursing positions. Was it?
This is with regards to having, it's also in the report, I didn't touch on it, the 5 additional nursing positions that were funded by the province for the school demand, the increased school demand, we get funded about $100,000 per position for that. We can't actually fill that with our RNs at that rate. Staff was trying to use RPNs also, which are nurses, are acceptable to the province. We've been having difficulty getting that agreed to by the ONA. If you want further details on that, I would suggest Marlene can provide further details, but that's another challenge we're having on that, which is outlined in the report.
I guess to continue on, you know, there was a protest here that occurred with ONA with signs of these cuts are gonna really hurt. Meanwhile, we just hired 22 additional staff in public health. And this isn't a knock against our staff. I mean, they have worked hard during the pandemic, but they have been compensated for that. And in this case, you know, they were looking at 70 hours over a 2-week period. We moved them to 4 days a week, 10-hour days, which means they were actually working 80 hours over 2 weeks, but they also had 6 days off as opposed to 4 days off. And they got a bonus of 10 hours of overtime and additional, even if they worked beyond that amount. So, you know, to me, that is, I find that unjustified to try to claim a provision within the agreement when you are being bonused in a sense with those extra days. It was changing a schedule. It was to deal with the pandemic, and that was from the province. You know, we had an opportunity to be able to change the terms of the, or for the collective agreement rather to be overrided during that period of time. You know, I could even speak to the bylaw issue, but the issue with, you know, the provincial funding for, we received 500,000 for 5 nurses to be able to deal with the school program when kids went back to school. And, you know, we haven't, I asked the question at the 2 boards of health ago, and I wanted to know what the stance was with Marlene in terms of the hiring and to confirm that we were in fact hiring 5, remember, and not just 4. And the reason was because our nurses, when you factor in their benefits here, are paid more than $100,000 apiece. So with $500,000 from the province, we're not able to hire 5 nurses within that funding envelope. So the plan from public health was to make a balance of nurses and of RPNs. And to me, the Ontario Nurses Association represents both nurses and RPNs. And at the end of the day, if I was an RPN in Norfolk County, I would be, to say that I would be upset with my union would be an understatement, because they're prohibiting them from having employment as well. And I think that we need to have a balance of why would somebody go to school to be an RPN and live in Norfolk County if your own nurses association isn't going to support you having employment here? So for me, that's why I think it's time for the public to understand some of these challenges that we're facing, particularly, when they're only getting to voice they're getting to voice their side of the story by, having a protest in front of council chambers.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. And just to interrupt for one moment, we are at the hour of 9 p.m., so I will need a motion to proceed past that hour. Moved by Councillor Martin and seconded by Councillor Rabbits. All in favor? That is carried. Any other questions of committee? Seeing none. Mayor Chop.
Just to reiterate again, it's not a even staff taking this position, it's not for lack of support for our staff, but it's just that, everybody throughout COVID-19 has had to sacrifice in some way or another. And some people, the people that work at Norview, I can't imagine working in a long-term care facility right now. That would be the last place on earth that I could imagine going to work. I try to talk to my grandfather who lives with me every night and explain COVID, and I don't have a mask on, and that is difficult enough in and of itself. Meanwhile, put a mask on, put shields on, people isolated to their rooms without being able to see their family. It's brutal. And so when we're looking at dealing with the tax, with our budget coming up, we've seen water and wastewater rates, we're looking at increases year over year. This year is unlike any other year that we've had to deal with. And again, I think that there is a certain point that it becomes, we've respected the agreement. They've actually been bonused as a result of the changes, both in terms of overtime and in terms of days off in a week. And to me, this is, this is an unacceptable grievance, in my opinion.
Any other discussion? And do I have someone to move the staff recommendation? Councillor Taylor, seconder. Councillor Rabbits. All those in favor? That is carried. And we have the next closed session item with regard to
It's material for information purposes, lands for the All Norfolk Community Center, and it's an update.
regarding the lands for the All Norfolk Community Center update.
Through the chair to committee, I'll be brief on this. You can read the memo. Essentially, this council directed staff to provide our counterparty with 90 days to pay the amount under the put clause and to return the deposit on the option land. They did return the deposit on the option land with interest. But they have informed us that they have a different view of the put clause, and they will not be, at this time, providing us with the funds requested by this council. So that is the current status. In the memo, staff believe there are some options that we can consider, but this was council direction specifically, so council would have to direct staff appropriately on what they believe is their next steps. And that can be done either in camera, because I'll check with the clerk, but if they want to contemplate any other actions, I believe the motion was just to put this report out in public, and then the council may still have the option to move into closed if they want to discuss a negotiation position under the Municipal Act. But that would be up to council to undertake that.
Any questions of committee regarding that matter? Mayor Chop?
Well, I guess it's to council. I mean, are we interested in looking at some other options? I mean, this was something that unfortunately we predicted, that the money was likely not to be there. Seems like a stall tactic to me to not be now saying, well, we can't provide it until June. Initially, one of the reactions was that we hadn't exhausted all of our opportunities to seek the funding. Pretty sure we did. You know, there was a lot of talk for many months and all of the, you know, drama that surrounded the hub. To be quite honest with you, I actually would have pulled out of it months ago, but the challenge was we had a contract with one of the provisions specifically stated that we had to wait for the determination of funding. The determination of funding came through, and now, you know, they're trying to use that as some leverage to say, well, you know, we haven't exhausted all of our options. I think the suggestion was almost to say even beyond June. So, you know, we have a strategic thinker that's sitting in the room that had a viable plan that was presented to council to try to not only save us from being in this position, but to also try to make some money for the taxpayers. So I'm just wondering if maybe there might be an appetite from council to perhaps look at, maybe it's not a lot of time, and to sell a property like that, you need a lot of time, but you know, there's no reason that they can't still be expected to pay, and you know, we look at moving the land in the meantime. Again, they were sophisticated sellers that knew the plan, they knew the risks involved with it, and the fact that, you know, now they're yanking our chain and not coming forward with the funds is deeply concerning.
Councillor Columbus.
Mr. Chair, when I read this, it was very disappointing to read that letter, I'll tell you. We were supposed to get those funds back on December 21st. As a matter of fact, it was one time 60 days and it got amended to 90 days. So who was our lawyer that actually prepared this agreement, that put that package together to present to the sellers? Like, can we not go after them to represent us legally? That they should be paying us back before the June date?
I'm going to let the CAO answer that question, Councillor.
Through the chair, I won't speak for the lawyer, but you can always litigate this matter. The challenge is the put clause was put in there to provide counsel options. So we can litigate this, and by the time it gets set down to court, it'll probably be past the June timeframe. There's always a risk in any of those clauses, frankly, that your counterparty, something happens to your counterparty, a pandemic happens, there's all kinds of, there's all kinds of things that could happen in that. That's why the one-sided put clause was put in to give counsel maximum options and freedom under it. There was no restrictions to what we could do with the land up until that point in time. Other parties would argue that we never chose to mitigate our losses. We never chose to take reasonable steps that anybody else would have taken to potentially mitigate our options. So to try to go after the lawyer, they drafted an agreement that was appropriate. They gave us, by putting in the put clause, it was designed to give us flexibility and options, and we chose not to use some of those for 90 days. My comment would be we still have some time. We can still mitigate our losses, and why not try to mitigate our losses now and instead of pursuing an action, we can sue the developer potentially, but like I said, it's going to take far longer to sue the developer than just maybe we can go and do something on our own.
Two, we are losing interest money on that, those dollars that are sitting there. Thanks.
Mayor Chop.
Well, just to clarify for council, though, and the public, we may still need to sue the developer if there isn't a check waiting in June, which I also would be suspicious that that wasn't going to occur. I mean, this is what we tried to suggest. I mean, that was why we had a meeting. I had concerns about this happening from the beginning. And, this was a way to go and try to mitigate this issue, and not even just mitigate the situation, but to actually, come back with $1 million for the taxpayer out of it. So, the suggestion was it was somehow unethical at the time, that Jason and I were doing something unethical by this. But now you have your sellers that don't seem to want to come forward with the money and are manipulating the situation.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's important to note here that on page 593, there's an email from Ross and McBride. Is that included?
Through you, Chair Michele, we did not release the attachments as normally we'd check with our solicitor before we did.
Okay. I feel as though we're not telling the full picture here. There's some language included in a correspondence that has some good news and some bad news with it. So I don't want to be sitting here making these statements that because you, Mayor Chop, believed that they weren't going to have the money, or there's some dialogue here that confirms the position. And I don't think that that's entirely appropriate. I think we do need to make a plan together and move forward, but I'm not sure what I can say and what I can't say here. Half of it's an open and half of it appears not to be. So, yeah, I don't feel as though maybe the in full story is being told without this attachment being shared and open.
I'm not trying to hide any part of the story, and this was exactly what I said after the meeting when it was discussed in council. So I'm not changing my story. I had concerns. Jason had concerns from the beginning. I don't have a problem. I disagree with the clerk that if council wishes to It's not up to the solicitor, we pay the solicitor. So if council wishes to provide those documents in open session, that's your prerogative to do so. I have nothing to hide in there.
Not accusing anyone of hiding. This was changed on the agenda to be dealt with in open session, and we are, and I didn't know what package materials had been included to the media. However, there's information here that I'm not going to reference until the clerk puts that in the media's hands, but your comment was that you had a hunch, and so did Jason, or you didn't use the word hunch, but that this was going to happen. And I, as a council member, when we came to the terms of this agreement, had no feeling that that would happen. So I struggle with doing half of this in open and half of it in closed.
Mayor Chop.
So when we did the terms of the agreement, I didn't have a suspicion necessarily that they weren't going to pay up. But there certainly, the put clause was drafted so that there was flexibility for us to be able to, pursue other options if we so desired. And, given the grief that I have taken over this project almost exclusively, I will say that it was in fact my idea to put the put clause in to begin with. Otherwise, we would be sitting here right now owning a $3.2 million piece of land and doing what with it, I'm not really sure. There's a lot of other things that money is better well spent on in the county, which I believed from the beginning, and the reason I wanted the put clause in there was because I suspected very much that we would not be successful in the funding application, but that was the piece of property that the RFAB committee chose as the preferred site. So it protected us if we were not successful. Now, we had a meeting, that was why we had a meeting with the developers, and the question that I asked them at that point in time was whether or not the funds were there and available. And the reaction that I got led me to believe that that was not in fact the case. So as Councillor Columbus pointed out, originally it was going to be 60 days. I believe it was yourself that extended it to 90 days that moved that motion. Here we are, coming up the 90 days, with delay tactics from the other side. So we have the opportunity to be able to go and revisit this, and, we're 90 days less until June, so maybe we can't sell the property. Maybe we've waited too long now. We've lost 3 months. But, at the same time, we still have from now to June to try to make some lemonade out of lemons.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Councillor Martin, Councillor Taylor has kind of been waiting patiently. I'm going to go to him if you don't mind.
If I may quickly respond just
Yes.
to one, thank you. This has come up time and time again, and the RFAB committee has made comments about it time and time again. They did not solely endorse this property. They sent up 3 options. This was not their sole, and so we're spewing misinformation on that. It was a collaborative effort. There were multiple options put forward.
Mayor Chop.
Yes, there were 3 pieces of property. They were ordered in preference. The first piece of property, if we want to get into it, was on the Queensway. Planning staff at the time, as you will recall, they disqualified that property based on planning reasons with provincially significant wetlands. This was the second rated property, and the third rated property was the one that was a much lesser value. The reason that council decided to go with this one at the time, which was the number 2, which actually de facto became the number 1 rated property by the RFAB committee, because of the fact that the number 1 was actually disqualified by the planning department at the time. So this de facto was number 1. The difference between it and the other piece of property was a significant financial difference. The sale price was 4 or 5 times different. The reason that we supported this, was my best of my recollection, and somebody can correct me, was number 1, it was RFAB's first choice, and the second part of it was the province was looking for private partnerships to support the application. That was one of the criteria upon which they were selecting. So we had an opportunity to be able to show how we were going to grow Fanshawe because we were in proximity. It was the Fanshawe component that was driving it, and that's why we ultimately selected that piece. So yes, it was RFAB's number 1 choice when the number 1 choice was de facto removed.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. I was there, but when you make a comment without the context multiple times to the media, and RFAB has asked for clarification, there were 3 options put forward by RFAB, and it was left to council to make a decision and negotiate a deal. And I'm just trying to highlight the whole picture here. They have asked for clarification on that multiple times, and you just had said it again now, so I inserted clarification.
This was the piece RFAB wanted, and I will stake my tenure here as mayor on it.
And Councillor Taylor, thank you for your patience.
Thank you, and through you. At this point, I would certainly like to explore new options, but I suppose they are the old options. I'm just wondering what kind of a motion I would have to put forward. Are you looking for basically just to look at what you already had? Are you looking to probably drop a few of those, or what kind of motion would you like to see?
Through the chair to the committee, I don't want to disclose all the plans in open session, but I would like to get direction from council to allow us to single source a real estate transaction advisor to and immediately look to market the land. So at least we keep our options open and see if we can rapidly deploy that strategy ASAP.
I would happily put that motion forward.
We have a motion on the floor. Is there a seconder? Mayor Chaw. Any discussion? Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff, what does that look like? What does that mean? When is that bringing information back to council? What options are put under consideration?
It means that it allows us to single source without going through a procurement process, a real estate broker or transaction advisor. On it, he or she would then market the property and solicit offers for the property, or attempt to solicit offers for the property as a substitute for sending it back to to the original landowner, so that hopefully we can be at least net neutral on a sale to another party at that point in time, so the taxpayer is not out. We will also follow up with other options to council. We had presented previous options for council to consider, and council can go back and consider those also. But it would mean that we are marketing this property ASAP to at least give us some type of leverage going forward, and at least show, if this does get into a drawn-out legal battle, that we are at least attempting to mitigate any losses that we may have, and we're doing it in a responsible manner.
Councillor Columbus.
Mr. Chairman, something just doesn't add up here. And it's all coming to a head. It's just not, what we're going through is just not right. We are supposed to have our money back for our taxpayers on the 21st of December. That's my understanding. If there's something hidden behind the scenes, I just don't understand this whole deal that we're working on with the way it's going. It's outrageously wrong, and I won't support that.
Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If anything is wrong, it was lawyers who tend to use very precise wording in that put clause. It is gray and it can be interpreted both ways. And if I was the person we bought it from, who's paying the taxes on that land right now? So if they can drag it out for another 6 months, they don't have to pay taxes on it. They don't have any carrying charges on it. So they're trying to drag it out to the very end of, they will commit to their, I'm assuming, that their commitment is there, and they will give us our refund on the 21st of, or on the 30th of June of 2021. But somebody's lawyer wasn't quite sharp enough, or the other one was a little sharper, and they're interpreting that put clause just a little differently than we were. And I think that they're also gauging, if we go to court over that, that will drag out longer than the 30th of June anyway, so they've got nothing to lose. And, we're stuck holding the bag until then. But I think the motion on the floor might put a little pressure on them to change their interpretation of those rules.
Councillor Rabbits.
Thank you, and through you. I'd like to speak to supporting the motion as presented. I feel that we've acted in good faith and in keeping with the intent of the original arrangement. We had sought our monies back. The deadline has since elapsed, and I, for one, am willing to admit that I was wrong, perhaps even naive in thinking that we would get the money back on time. Relying on legal advice and that put clause that was well negotiated by Mayor Chop and county staff, that I am very grateful for that clause to be in there to give our community some options. I think we've sort of crossed the Rubicon and the die's been cast. We haven't got the monies back. The deadline has since elapsed. And if pursuing this option would give us more leverage in negotiations and potentially see a greater return on the investment that we made in that property, I do believe it is our fiduciary responsibility to pursue that option. So for that reason, I'd like to speak in favor of the motion. I will be supporting it.
Mr. Burgess?
Chair, I just would like a couple of minutes with the clerk. I just want to clarify a technical matter, but you guys can continue to debate. I just want to make sure I'm in order on a matter.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion by committee? Seeing none, I do feel though we should wait until Mr. Burgess returns and we'll have Councillor Rabbits chime in now.
The question, we'll wait for them to get back, was if we do need to still have an update verbally and close. And I think that that would be in order. Now that we're being rejoined by both the clerk and the CAO, my question was, are we going to still have this item on our closed session agenda, and can we receive any confidential, positioning in that closed session item, or are we dealing with this in open and we're striking it from the agenda?
Through you, Chair, I'd suggest, just because it was initially circulated just for information, so it wasn't on the agenda face page, that if it is possible to deal with it now all in open session, that might be preferable, unless there's something pressing that council needs to address and close.
I myself don't have any additional information, but I was merely asking the question if any of my colleagues did.
And that would be the question to committee, if there's any further discussion. We have a motion on the floor. It's been seconded. All those in favor? Opposed? It is carried. We will now move on to the other added items to the agenda, namely in our communications package, item 2A that you will find on page 4 of our communications package. As you have read, we have received an invitation from the Six Nations of the Grand River Elected Council regarding a task force that they are putting together regarding broadband, internet, and connectivity, also cellular connectivity. And the invitation is for members of some neighboring municipalities to join in the membership of this task force, and Norfolk County has been invited to be one of those members of this task force. And what I would like to do as a member of the SWIFT board that the council has agreed to let me serve on, if I could have some encouragement or the consensus of council for me to pursue this opportunity and to see if it might be something that we have a legitimate interest in. So I will open that to any discussion. Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had brought this up with the clerk myself, that I assume by error it showed up in the council information package rather than on the agenda, because it is a direct request to council. And I was going to offer your services to be appointed as a member of the task force if the Six Nations would be willing to take you, since you are our resident expert on these matters.
Thank you, Councillor Van Passen, for suggesting that I take on this role. I think this evening I'm asking for council's endorsement to at least investigate further and to find out what they have included the terms of reference for this task force, and I'm certainly very interested in it. But I do want to ensure that it is something that will fit in well with the mandate that I already have with the SWIFT board, and possibly in any event I may perhaps inquire as to whether I could also get some support from our regular county staff on this item. So I do appreciate that encouragement. Councillor Van Passen.
Maybe I could ask the clerk for some sort of wording of a motion that council accepts the invitation of the on behalf of from Chief Markby Hill to join their connectivity and broadband task force, and further that Councillor Michelli be appointed as that the council's representative on that task force. And then we usually leave it to the clerk to make the flowery wording, sound good.
I'm wondering, thank you very much, Councillor Van Passen. I'm wondering if I could just make one small addition to that, or maybe an amendment, that it either be myself or designate, because I have found that some of the meetings that this task force has directly conflict with some of my other responsibilities, but that sounds very good.
All right, I'm going to give this a go, but it might not be too smooth. So, motion that council accepts Grand River's offer, and further that Michelli or designate be appointed as a member of the task force.
Mr. Clerk, can I just add, I would be more comfortable if you were to word it the Six Nations of the Grand River.
Will do, my apologies. All right, a motion that accepts Six Nation of the Grand River offer, and further that Michelli or designate, Chair Michelli or designate be appointed to Connectivity and Broadband Task Force.
I believe we should probably add on approval of the Six Nations of the Grand River Task Force, because at current it is an invitation.
Okay, so on the and further matter, I'm just adding at the end upon their approval. Okay. Is that good?
I believe that sounds good.
Okay, thanks.
And do we need a seconder for that? I have Councillor Martin for that. That was moved by Councillor Van Passen, correct? And is there any discussion? Then all in favor? It is carried. Thank you, Council. And the additional item I asked to have pulled and added to our agenda is regarding the repair work that's been done on the Causeway Bridge. And You will find that information memo on page 73 of our communications package. And I'm hoping just at this stage, if there is, if Mr. Godby is here, and I don't know if he is, to provide an update. In the memo, it indicates that the work was to be done, completed on November 30th. So, Jason, I'm hoping you can just give us an update on the progress of those repairs and if they are complete or if they're at some other stage.
Mr. Godby's not present, though. He has been emailing me.
I see him on the screen. He appeared while I was speaking. Yes. Thank
Okay, thank you, Councillor Michelli, through you to council. Just as an update on this, there was still work ongoing today. I'm not sure if they did get everything wrapped up. As far as I'm understanding, the rig mat, like the actual driving surface, those repairs have been completed. However, I will take this opportunity to advise you all. I was going to follow up with another memo and some work with our communications team on the fact that the latest bridge assessment that has been done of the Causeway Bridge, things are not looking good, and as a result, the recommendations from our structural engineering team has been to post some reduced speed limits across the bridge, as well as to install some speed bumps on each side of it as kind of an encouragement to people to slow down. One of the things that they've seen that is really stressful on a bridge of this nature and in this condition are the excessive speeds, especially of heavy vehicles pounding and bouncing over that bridge as it goes. So this is part of our strategy, just to continue to keep this structure safe for everyone. We are currently not looking at any kind of load restrictions on it at this point. Staff will continue to monitor the bridge. We are likely going to be increasing our frequency of inspections just to be certain that we don't have any issues here. But I guess that's kind of where we're at in a nutshell. If anyone has any other specific questions about it, please feel free.
Thank you, Jason. I do have a couple of questions. Are you able to comment now? The rig matting is replaced and the planking is all replaced now. Is that correct?
To your chair, Michelli, yes, that is my understanding, is that work was actually completed. I can verify that, and as I mentioned, we'll give a more of those specific details out through our communication team, just to help advise the public of the speed reduction and the speed bump installation.
Jason, I think that would be very helpful. And just my one other question is, are you able to comment on the status of the beginning of the construction date for that bridge?
Through you to council, I cannot give you an update for certain as to where things had been left. You do recall that council had given staff some direction relating to the execution of the contract with our contractor for the construction. I believe that is well underway. It may even be complete, but what I can do is get that information for you and bring it back next week.
Next week would be very good, Jason. That would be perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't know if any of my council colleagues have any questions for Jason about this item. This, as council is aware, this bridge project has been an ongoing concern, and seems to be several steps forward and several steps back at sometimes, but it continues to move forward in my view. Thank you. We have no other formal motions today, and I will ask now if there are any notices of motion. Seeing none, we will move to general announcements. Does any member of committee have a general announcement that they would like to make this evening? Councillor Columbus.
Mr. Chair, I'd just like to ask Mr. CEO a question with respect to Project Domus. And I know plans are moving along pretty well for that from what I've heard. And I just wonder, is there I know there's some diagrams out there that with respect showing the upgrades that are taking place. Is there any details with respect to what the upgrades are and what the cost of these upgrades are on the various different buildings that are going to accommodate Project Domus?
Through the chair, I'll have Ms. Darlington comment. She's the project lead on that. There's a limited construction budget for Project Domus, and most of the construction costs or leasehold improvement cost relates to putting more people into our Robinson Administration Building and creating some additional flexible space there. But I'll let, and then most of the other costs relate to IT infrastructure, case goods, which is our desks and that kind of stuff. But I'll let Ms. Darlington provide more detail on that answer.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Columbus. I think the CAO covered the basic information. The construction portion, I believe, is approximately $100,000. We can certainly provide the details of the items that are being worked on. Some of it is related to the Robinson Administration Building with respect to making more collaborative space to better use the Robinson Administration Building. There's some minor upgrades that are happening from a construction standpoint for digital cabling and some renovations that are happening at our facilities operation buildings with respect to some painting and minor renovations. But I'm happy to provide some details to council. We can list that out. Our project team is meeting on Thursday, and I can send a quick email to council.
That'd be great, Shelley. Thanks.
And Councillor Hoffman.
Thank you, Chair Michelle. I just wanted to remind everybody that this Thursday is the second of two special shopping events in Waterford. It's Starlight Shopping, in particular the downtown core. The Lions will be collecting food for the food bank, and all of the stores are open till 9 p.m. So I invite everyone to join us in Waterford for our Starlight Shopping Night this Thursday.
Thank you, Councillor Huffman. Are there any other general announcements? Seeing none, we will be moving into closed session. Today we have 8 closed session items. I will need a motion to go into closed session. Councillor Rabbits and Councillor Taylor seconds. Any discussion? I believe I have those in front of me, do I?
Okay, do I need to do the eight reference? Do I need to see? Okay, pursuant to sections 239, 2C, E, I, K, B, and F of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, as the subject matter pertains to proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality of local board, a matter of litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, a trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, financial, or label or information supplied in confidence to a municipality or local board, which, if disclosed, could reasonably be expected to prejudice significantly the competition position or interfere significantly with the contractual negotiations of a person, group of persons, or organization, and a position, plan, procedure, or criteria to be applied to any negotiation carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipal or local board. Personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. And we'll put that to the vote. All in favor?
Okay, that confidential staff report, CAO 20-25, request arising from incident be received as information, and that Norfolk County Council direct staff initiate discussions with Ross McBride to proceed as outlined in the conclusion of the report. Yeah. That report PD 20-74, update on sale of lots in the Judd Industrial Park, be received as information, and that staff be directed to report back to council with the outcomes of the discussions prior to the end of March 2021. And further, that Norfolk County Council authorizes staff to make this Judd Industrial Park development a priority for infrastructure funding that might be received from other levels of government. That the memo respecting CAO 20-32 be received for information. That staff report CS 20-41 closed session indemnification clause legal opinion update be received as information. Want me to read it out from the start? Oh, shoot. Thank you. Rereading that staff report CS 20-41 closed session indemnification clause legal opinion update be received as information, and that direction to staff be provided. That report CS 20-55 requested land disposition be received as information, and that the portion of the existing 20-meter open maintained and traveled road allowance known as Cedar Drive Turkey Point not be closed and conveyed. Yeah. Sorry, it's a little late. So, mover. Yeah.
Sorry, the motion is then that staff be directed to negotiate the conditions as directed by committee, and that staff bring a further report back, and further that, what was the last that there be an exemption granted to policy EBS 22 in respect to holding a public meeting for a road closure.
Councillor Columbus.
So, Mr. Chair, that would include Councillor Van Passen's note about the driveway situation at the corner then?
Mover, Councillor Van Passen. Councillor Taylor to second. All in favor? It is carried.
That memo respecting CAO or report CAO 2050 be received as information.
Mover, Councillor Martin. Second, Councillor Rabbits. All in favor? Carried.
Watch the video to figure out who moved and seconded. Okay. That the memo respecting the Robinson Administration Building be received as information.
And further that, sorry, help me out there, Jason. And further that the court filing be publicly released
To the public and council.
to the public and council.
Mover, Councillor Taylor. Second, Councillor Columbus. All in favor? Carried.
Our favorite part, that council and committee adjourn at 11:40. Oh,
There's one more, and there's up to B now, 20-30.
sorry, that was at the top. That report, CAO 20-30, be received as information. Is it the staff recommendation?
Sorry, that 20-30 be deferred to the next council meeting, and that Haldeman County be provided with a copy of report CAO 20-30 to provide comments to Norfolk County Council before subsequent council meeting prior to December 15th, and that staff draft or the county clerk provide a memo on updating a policy for the Board of Health Chair and Mayor to release confidential information to Haldeman County. Is that how you wanted it?
Yeah, I'll just present the bylaw to the Board of Health at your next meeting.
We said also to council, so because the same situation could arise for something through a council matter.
Can we just change the wording to say amended report, because we will pull out the non-public health staff from the CEO report and provide that to Haldeman? Yeah, it would be remain confidential.
Okay. Mover, Councillor Taylor. Second, Councillor Huffman. All in favor? Carried.
Okay, so adjournment. The moment we've been waiting for. Okay, that council and committee adjourn at 11:49 p.m.
Mover, Mayor Chop. Second, Councillor Taylor. All in favor? Carried. We are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.